So, Harikirtan Prabhu, you were able to, I know you had to leave earlier last week. You were able to go through like last 1 hour, 45 minute thing.
No, I have not been able to
You should do
watch
it.
it yet.
So, Harikirtan Prabhu, you were able to, I know you had to leave earlier last week. Okay, go ahead. So, we will then not cover that topic. We'll go to the next topic. If you got, because your question was there, right? About the level of self um, sufficiency and what we can
Mm.
then. So it'd be nice once you've done that, then we can discuss that. So today, I was thinking we can, in continuation of last week too, and a few times we have discussed about the whole Brahmin community and
Hmm.
being uh, installed on the farm and in the community. How to, I mean, of course, we understand what Brahmin qualities are. We are not going in that direction right now, but occupation wise, we have discussed a little bit. We have discussed the agraharams, place for them near the temple. And I was thinking, why don't we discuss the occupations today? How does it integrate now to nowadays, and how to make it work in the US? The same way which we have been discussing before. We read from Srila Prabhupada, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, scriptures, and then see what can be done now in the situation. And
I think
also,
it was very nice. Oh, go
al-
ahead, Prabhu.
also the children also, how to train them.
Yeah.
It'll be a little bit different, but finally in the same. Yes, please go ahead, Prabhu.
I thought it was very nice that quote that you posted in the group where Srila Prabhupada explains very nicely about how, um, let me
Yeah,
let
I
me read
can
it
bring it
briefly.
up. Yeah, it is CC Adi 17103.
Yeah. So Srila Prabhupada says he's talking about Srila Murari Gupta. He never accepted
Oh, that
charity
one.
from friends, nor did he accept money from anyone. He practiced as a physician and maintained his family with his earnings. So, purport by Srila Prabhupada. It should be noted that a grihastha householder must not make his livelihood by begging from anyone. Every householder of the higher castes should engage himself in his own occupational duty as a brahmana, kshatriya, or vaishya, but he should not engage in the service of others, for this is the duty of a shudra. One should simply accept whatever he earns by his own profession. The engagements of a brahmana are yagya, and these are doubled yagya, patana, dana, and patigraha.
Yajan Yajan.
Patigraha.
Yajan Yajan.
Yajan yajan. Oh, okay, I see the difference.
Perform.
Yajan yajan,
perf-
patana, dana, and patigraha. A brahmana should be a worshipper of Vishnu, and he should also instruct others how to worship him. A kshatriya can become a landlord and earn his livelihood by levying taxes or collecting rent from tenants. A vaishya can accept agriculture or general trade as an occupational duty. Since Murari Gupta was born in a physician's family, he practiced as a physician, and with whatever income he earned, he maintained his family, as stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Everyone should try to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the execution of his occupational duty. That is the perfection of life. This system is called Daivi Varnashram. Murari Gupta was an ideal grihastha, for he was a great devotee of Lord Ramachandra and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. By practicing as a physician, he maintained his family and at the same time satisfied Lord Chaitanya to the best of his ability. This is the ideal of householder life. So this brought to mind um, some years ago, someone described, I was talking to them about my business as a construction a contractor. I said, "Oh, I have this business. I do construction and everything." So he said, "Well, is it how many employees do you have?" I said, "Oh, it's just me that's working in this business." But he said, "Okay, so I don't mean to be." He's a lawyer. He was a lawyer, business lawyer, and he said, "I'm not trying to, be, you know, dismissive of your business, but that's not a business. That's a job. You just happen to own your own job." And he says, I do the same. As a lawyer, he has his own firm, but he doesn't have like all these employees. He just owns his own job. He's like, I just have a job. So it's interesting though to look at that rather than being employed by someone else, you're running your own business. And I think this is kind of what Srila Prabhupada is indicating in for these varnas, is that you have a skill or a trade, and then you, rather than being employed by someone else or occupied, under in someone else's direction, you own your own means of livelihood, and you engage your services to bring in an income. And so, if we're going to go for some sort of an ideal, then organizing something, some sort of environment or facility where those of the Brahminical Varna, they can engage in various as a doctors or teachers or things like that may they may be inclined towards, and creating that environment where it can work nicely, I think is at least a start for an idea.
Let's go to 17, Adi 17. That's also I had posted Adi 17. Badri Prabhu, you had a chance to finally get to Chaitanya Charitamrita? Can't hear you.
Only if I had unmuted on time. I have been reading that on and off, Prabhu, but I haven't read it. Chapter and verse.
Oh, you went online to start reading it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's still waiting for you at the house.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the Sri Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami talking about how in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Leela in Navadip, an astrologer visited. So he says, Aradine Jyotish. Hey, Pradyumna Prabhu, would you like to read?
Yes, bro. I will read. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. Text number 103. आर्दिने ज्योतिषा सर्वज्ञ एक आइला तार सम्मान करी प्रभु प्रसन्न कैला. आर्दिने some other day, Jyotisha, an astrologer, Sarvagya, who know everything, Eka one, Aila, come there, Tahare, unto him, Sammane Kari, giving all honor, Prabhu the Lord, Prashna, question, Kaila, put. Translation and purport, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Shri. Translation. On another day, an astrologer came who was supposed to know everything, past, present, and future. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received him with all honor and put this question before him. Purport. Brahmanas generally used to become astrologers, Ayurvedic physicians, teachers, and priests. Although highly learned and respectable, such Brahmanas went from door to door to distribute their knowledge. A Brahmana would first go to a householder's home to give information about the functions to be performed on a particular tithi or date. But if there were sickness in the family members would consult the Brahmana as a physician, and the Brahmana would give instructions and some medicine. Often, since the Brahmanas were expert in astrology, people would also be greatly inquisitive about their past, present, and future. Although the Brahman appeared at Lord Chaitanya's house as a beggar, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received him with great respect because he was qualified Brahmana who knew the astrological science perfectly. All the Brahmanas would go door to door just like beggars. They were honored as very respectable guests. This was the system in Hindu society 500 years ago during the time of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This system was current even 100 years ago, even 50 or 60 years ago when we were child. Such brahmanas would visit householders like humble beggars, and people would derive great benefit from the mercy of such brahmanas. The greatest benefit was that a householder could save a great deal of money from being spent on doctor bills, because the brahmanas, aside from aside from explaining the past, present and future, could ordinarily cure all kind of disease simply by giving instructions and some medicine. Yeah. Some medicines. Thus, no one were bereft of the benefit of a first-class physician, astrologer, and priest. The important members of ISKCON should give careful attention to our Dallas school, where children are being taught Sanskrit and English to become perfect Brahmanas. If they are actually trained as perfect Brahmanas, they can save society from rogues and ruffians. Indeed, indeed, people can live happily under the protection of qualified Brahmanas. Therefore, the Bhagavad Gita 4.13 gives special stress to the division of society chaturvarnam maya shishtam gun karma vibhagasha. Unfortunately, some people are now claiming to be Brahmanas simply by birthright, with no qualifications. Therefore, the entire society is in chaos.
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 Mm. Okay. And any discussion on this? Badri Prabhu, want to comment on this?
If you were, this is what comes to my mind, and I'll share that. There are two types of varnas. One is called Swabhavika Varna. This is Swabhavam means nature. Everybody has a Varna based on their nature. This Swabhavika Varna was is actually mentioned in the Vedas, and that is before all creation. Because if you say varnashrama came after people existed and then it comes generation after generation, the Vedic classification of this varna comes even before creation. In the classification before creation, the only thing you can say is the Vedas did not take what existed in the society and then put them in the Vedas. You can say that because the society did not exist when this Vedic injunction came. So the only interpretation of that could be it is based on the very nature. What is the very nature? The Purusha Sukta says, Brahmanosya mukhamasit, bahurajanyah kritaha, uru tatasya yad vaishyaha, padbhyagum shudro ajayatha. Paramapurusha, the cosmic form of the Lord is being described here. Brahmanosya mukhamasit. Mukham means a face. Mukham also means a mouth. The Brahmana came from the Lord's resplendent face. From the cosmic form of this Paramapurusha, the Brahmana came from his face. Bahu, from his shoulders came the Kshatriyas. Uru Tatasya, from his thighs came the Vaishyas. Padbhyakum, from his feet came the Shudras.
Mhm.
Why are the Vedas describing it this way? The face, your eyes, the nose, the ears, and the mouth, the brain and the intellect thereof, all of these signify the qualities of a Brahmana. A Brahmana is supposed to observe. A Brahmana is supposed to grasp. A Brahmana is supposed to inquire and retain. And a Brahmana is supposed to pass that knowledge on through his mouth, vak, spoken speech.
Mhm.
These are the qualities of the which forms the quintessence of the nature of a Brahmana. So if you see this Brahmana that the Vedas are talking about are not necessarily people born in one community. These Brahmanas are not specific to India. These Brahmanas exist all over in nature. These Brahmanas exist in America. These Brahmanas exist in Europe. These Brahmanas exist in Australia, everywhere. Anybody who has these qualities, who is gathering the knowledge, inquiring upon that knowledge, identifying the quintessence of it, and then communicating that or passing that along to the community for the welfare of the society, is to be considered a Brahmana. There are teachers here in this country. There are great intellects in this country. They are all Brahmanas by nature. Although they may not be part of the varnashrama system, or we may not consider them to be part of the varnashrama system, or the varnashrama system may itself not consider them to be part of this group. By nature they are Brahmanas. Kshatriyas, the same thing. They came from the shoulders. What does the cosmic Purusha's shoulders represent? It represents the valor, the power, the strength. Given that they came from the Lord's shoulders, it shows that they have the power, the strength to administer and maintain order in the country or in the society. In those days, people had to walk long distances to foster trade. For walking long distances, what do you need? You need the power of your legs. So the Vaishyas came from the Lord's thighs, symbolizing that very nature that they are going to travel far and wide and do commercial activities.
Farming included in that?
Farming included in that. Padbyagum, from the feet of the Lord, the Chaturdas, the Shudras came. What does that mean? The root is the word Sutram. Sutram means phenomenon. What is the Sutram? For the three classes, other classes in the society to function well, they hold the key. The fourth class holds the key. If a person does not toil and work, the other three classes will fall. There is no commerce. There is no need to administer anything. There is no need to go learn and then disseminate. Because if there is no work in a society, that society will fall. So the service class, the service class being the key to the functioning of the society came from the Lord's feet. Now, one may say, why is the Brahmana coming from the Lord's face, the Shudra coming from the feet? The fact is, the feet is considered upalakshitam. Upalakshitam means symbolic of the whole body. When we ask a holy person to come, or you have one of these pictures of Prabhupada here, they offer milk at his feet. They do not offer milk at his face. The milk is poured on his feet. Why do we pour milk on the feet of holy men or even at the feet of the Lord? Because the feet, in essence, represents that personality. Given that the feet of the Lord represents the whole personality of Godhead, the Chaturthas, the Shudras came from his feet because they are the key for the operation of the society. This is actually mentioned in the Vedas in the Purusha Sukta. This Varnam by nature is what Sri Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Chaturvarnyam Maya Srishnyam. Guna karma, gunam means character, karma means activity. This karma, gunam, character or traits, and karma activity are influenced by the intrinsic nature of any individual, and hence Krishna captures the message that is said in the Vedas in the Purusha Sukta in this hymn or in this particular shlokam in Bhagavad Gita. Chaturvarnyam Maya, these are all based on nature. Arjuna realize these four varnas are based on nature. The nature influences the characteristic traits of an individual, and the characteristic traits subsequently influence the activities that one performs. So, this is applicable not just in one society, not just in one country. This is universally applicable. So, based on the nature and the traits and or the qualities and the actions that one performs, one has to be classified based in a particular varna, and that can then be adopted to any society at any time.
Mhm. So very good, very nice. So Brahmin occupations, like what should a Brahmin do? Patan, yagna, yajan, and dana pratigrana.
So, if you were to take those six things, right? Yajan, yajan. Yajan means actually performing the fire sacrifices or any type of sacrifice that is mentioned in the Vedas. Yajan is to help others perform such activities, right? What is yajan? The word yajan has been inquired by the acharyas of the past. Now the question is, how many people know about the fire sacrifices that or any type of sacrifices that is in the Vedas, and how to perform that? In humanity, that is about 8 billion people in the world, it is less than 1%. If it is less than 1%, how can we go? They are hardly few. And that too, the Vedas are a ocean. To know all of these things in those olden days, there were yajna shrautis. They were qualified in knowing and performing these things. Today, we do not have many. So, the only thing, the interpretation of that word yajna should now be made applicable to present times. If you say it has to be made applicable to the present time, how can you interpret the word yajna? Yajno vai Vishnuhu. What is then they are inquiring, what is the purpose of this yajna? The purpose of this yajna is to propitiate the Lord. If it is to propitiate the Lord, then any form of devotion that you do as propitiation can be considered yajna. A person who knows how to propitiate the Lord, whatever the form may be, to please the Lord, as long as the action that is used is in consonance with our scriptures, any activity to propitiate the Lord that is in consonance with our scriptures can be considered yajna. Now, to know how to do that and to teach others now becomes the characteristic of a Brahmana. Now, yajan. If you look at the Sankirtana movement, this is the basis of the Sankirtana movement. Sankirtana is a way to propitiate the Lord, to please the Lord. Sankirtanam itself becomes a yajna. It becomes Sankirtana yajna. Now to initiate others and to help others perform this, or if others cannot perform this, for this person himself to go and perform this everywhere around the world becomes yajanam and yajanam. Now the next thing is what? After yajanam and yajanam, the next two qualities, patanam and patanam. Correct? Patanam means to study, to inquire all the sources of knowledge, both material and spiritual, once again, as long as they are all in alignment with our dharma, understanding those and then disseminating those. Essentially, understanding what is out there intellectually, gathering the essence of it, and then disseminating those. Patanam, patanam. The last is dana and pratigraham, to offer something to others and to take or receive as donations or gifts from others. Right? So those, what is patanam? Now taking wealth that has been bequeathed to the Brahmana, or the Brahmana should not be earning those in those days, but today you have to earn those. You do some work, people send you a check. So you earn those. The wealth that is earned should be dispersed for the welfare of the society. So to earn wealth and disperse that wealth and administer the distribution of that wealth for the welfare of the society. So all of those qualities now are, or activities can be performed by the Brahmana.
Srila Prabhupada is telling how they used to become astrologers and Ayurveda physicians.
Right.
There was one, Pradyumna, you know that Brahmana, no? In Kishangarh. Can't hear you.
Yeah, Shastriji, that Nepali Shastriji.
He went to, I think, Melkote or some, Sri Vaishnav line Gurukul, South India. And they taught him all these things, astrology and Ayurveda, both they taught him. So he's an astrologer, but also does, he knows Ayurveda too. And some really become very good in Ayurveda, they know little bit astrology. I mean, astrology has also so many divisions, same with Ayurveda too. So there are hundreds of different divisions one can have. So I want to come back to it, how to implement all these things. And I've been thinking for many, like years, almost 2 decades, how to implement this. And I worked in that direction. But one thing is about the working, you said you interpreted that Brahmana dan means can earn also. The earning, I thought that that is antithetical to working for others is what a Shudra does, and otherwise everyone else has different occupations by which they get money, not working for others.
Can I
What?
comment, Prabhu? Well, I was thinking about my own profession and my own experience, and I was discussing this with my wife this morning about working for others. You're getting a salary or a paycheck just as an employee. That's one thing. Somehow or other, you're going to get paid. You're going to receive money, regardless of what you do. So, but rather than working under the direction of someone else, you do this, you do that, and this is what I'll pay you for your time and for your labor. You're more self-directed. So as a consultant, as an independent contractor, somehow you're operating you have some more independence. And I think that this is my read of what we were reading this morning, is that this is what was being indicated, is that for the the Brahmanas, Kshatriya, and Vaishya Varnas, that more independence is required, but also it's kind of inclined. The inclination to be a little bit more independent is there. You know, it is described that in the Shudra Varna, they're looking for this kind of security and stability. They're looking for, you know, that they have that, you know, not that they have to go and find the customers and they have to find the where, you know, where they can apply their knowledge. It's just that they're given a job to do, they do it, they get a paycheck. It's very simple, and that security is there, and it is a, you know, it is attractive to that temperament. Whereas those that feel a bit more independent, they want a little bit more autonomy, then, you know, they're going to engage their own knowledge and their own skills to earn them money. As far as brahmanas go, it becomes a little difficult in my understanding. I don't fully understand how this works, so and I would greatly appreciate everyone's input on this. With the Brahminical occupations or engagements that were described, you know, as astrologers or doctors or teachers, it can become a little difficult to properly compensate those fields for what they're, you know, it's tricky. Like we see in the United States, that if the doctors are engaged entirely upon pay, then we can end up paying very, very high medical costs, because it becomes a very commercial activity, and then that can negatively impact also the quality of the care that you get, you know. And so it's a little difficult how to balance that. And so the understanding that I've come to, and I don't know if this is a correct understanding, was that it's more of a kind of a donation-based engagement, where you're offering your services, and then the people that you're giving your services to, they give as they're able to, or as they feel, you know, is appropriate. To, oh, you did so nicely, they feel kind of obliged. And it's similar, you know, was in for teaching as well, that it's, you know, if the parents of the students feel that the teacher has been educating their children very nicely, then they feel obliged that, I mean, I really want to give something. Of course, that becomes a difficult position in our modern society. So how to apply that, if that is even a correct, you know, understanding of the way things were done, then I don't know, you know, how that should be done. But that's kind of my thoughts on the subject.
Discuss this. This is from 7th canto, Signs of God, the Perfect Society. Narad Muni is giving instructions to Yudhishthir Maharaj, I think. And there, in this 14th verse, for a Brahmin, there are 6 occupational duties. A Kshatriya should not accept charity, but he may perform the other 5 of these duties. You know, patan, all these things, but he cannot accept the charity. A king or Kshatriya is not allowed to levy taxes on Brahmins, but he may make his livelihood by levying minimal taxes, custom duties, and penalty fines upon his other subjects. Now, in this, Srila Prabhupada, then now he quotes Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, an Acharya, about 200-300 years back. He explains the position of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas as follows. Brahmanas have 6 occupational duties, of which 3 are compulsory, namely the studying the Vedas, worshipping the deity, and giving charity. Not accepting,
Right.
giving. These 3 are compulsory. By teaching, by inducing others to worship the deity, and by accepting gifts, the Brahmanas receive the necessities of life. So there is a distinction there. That's how they, by teaching, by inducing others, and by accepting gifts. Okay. This is also confirmed in the Manu Samhita. Shannam, anyway. Of the 6 occupational duties of the Brahmanas, 3 are compulsory. This is a translation, namely worship of the deity, study of the Vedas, and the giving of charity. In exchange, a Brahman should receive charity, and this should be his means of livelihood. A Brahman cannot take up any professional occupation duty for his livelihood. The Shastras especially stress that if one claims to be a Brahman, he cannot engage in the service of anyone else. Otherwise, he at once falls from his position and becomes a Shudra. Srila Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami belonged to a very respectable family, but because they engaged in the service of Nawab Hussain Shah, not even as ordinary clerks, but as ministers, they were ostracized from Brahminical society. Indeed, they became like Mohammedans and even changed their names. Unless a Brahman is very pure, he cannot accept charity from others. Charity should be given to those who are pure. Even if one is born in a family of Brahmins, if one acts as a Shudra, one cannot accept charity, for this is strictly prohibited. Although the Kshatriyas are almost as qualified as the Brahmins, even they cannot accept charity. This is strictly prohibited in this verse by the word apratigraha. What to speak of the lower social orders, even the Kshatriyas must not accept charity. The king or government may levy taxes. Unless he is able to give protection, he cannot levy taxes. However, king must be not. So this is, and then, of course, okay.
So this to me, I can see this kind of shows some of the interplay between the administrative class, the Kshatriyas and the Brahmanas. That one, the Brahmanas are not engaged so much in commercial activity. They're not selling their services per se.
Yeah.
But at the same time, their expenditure from society is also less. They're not expected to pay taxes, you know.
Right.
They're not expected. So it would be understood that the cost for them to maintain themselves is also not as much of a burden. Society is very grateful to the services and encouraging to the services they provide, and so they try not to ask so much
Like
from
that, the
them.
priests also, they don't need to pay taxes. The parsonage property taxes. And,
Yeah, actually, we still have that to this day in society. If you are a religious organization, you are exempt from taxes.
Can I read a couple of more? Because it's
Please.
because of this day and age. The mercantile community should always follow the directions of the Brahmins and engage in such occupational duties as agriculture, trade, and protection of cows. For the Shudras, the only duty is to accept a master from a higher social order and engage in his service. As an alternative, a Brahmin may also take to the Vaishya's occupational duty of agriculture, cow protection, or trade. He may depend on that which he has received without begging. He may beg in the paddy field every day. He may collect paddy left in a field by his proprietor, or he may collect food grains left here and there in the shops of grain dealers. These are 4 means of livelihood that may also be adopted by Brahmins. Among these 4, each of them in succession is better than the one preceding it. So that means becoming a Vaishya, meaning occupational duties, is the lowest.
It comes to mind for me that a significant reason for why this is maintained is that these activities that are so important for the elevation and the education of society are not commercialized. Like it's not, knowledge is not withheld because you cannot afford it. You know, health and treatment and guidance is not withheld because you cannot afford it. So when it becomes commercialized, naturally you have to withhold your service if you are going to make an income. So when it becomes based on, it becomes commercial activity, it is somehow, it's not as good.
Yeah.
So it's better if the Brahmanas can be put in a situation whereby they are not forced to demand so much for their services, that it is more freely given, just to maintain the purity of their position and what they are offering. So How to implement that, I have no idea, but
It's because in
that's a challenge for sure.
the Vaishya, the pull, the drive is seeing the color of money. The money itself makes one drive. Now,
Yeah,
a good Vaishya, a Vaishnava Vaishya, is making money and then he gives it to the Lord and
yeah.
gives the donation, whatever. He's not thinking about himself. But the color of money, just the creation of money itself makes one very excited. Morning getting up very excited, I can make this much, double it 4 times. Not even for himself. Just that motive itself will pull. For
Yeah,
Brahman,
this is what drives society.
He is not pulled by that. So he cannot really be a very good Vaishya. So that's why it's like he cannot really become a good Vaishya. And I'm doing both, so I know where the problem comes in me is this. A Brahmana is sometimes offered okay, hold on. Uh, back to the A Brahman is sometimes offered land and cows in charity, and thus for his livelihood he may act in the same way as a Vaishya by cultivating land, giving protection to cows, and trading off his supply surpluses. A better process, however, is to pick up grains from a field or from a dealer's shop without begging. Wow.
So it's
So
interesting how it says that it is better to pick up grains from the field or from a dealer's shop without begging. So I think this is very interesting. I have heard it described somewhere, and I would love to remember where this was described, but it was describing that the quality of a Brahmana is measured by his stores.
it's
The
there in the
more
next
stores,
chapter.
okay, so then the greater his stores, then the lower quality of a Brahmana is considered because he is not depending on Krishna, he's not depending on Vishnu, the Supreme. He is depending that, oh, I must store sufficiently to prepare for the future. Whereas, the more a Brahmana depends on Krishna, the less he is setting aside for tomorrow and the next day. You know, and I think that that's interesting. This is more of quality, not necessarily what they can do or cannot do, but it's just that this is kind of an indication of one's devotion and surrender and sincerity. So
Except in a time of emergency, lower persons should not accept the occupational duties of those who are higher. When there is such an emergency, of course, everyone but the Kshatriya may accept the means of livelihood of others.
that's very interesting.
Purport the
What is that?
occupational,
What verse is that?
it is 7, 11, 17. The occupational duty of a Brahmin. See this emergency, no? The in verse Bhagavad Gita 247, this is explained. The prescribed duties and emergency duties. We'll come to that. The occupational duty of a Brahmin should not be accepted by persons in lower social orders, especially Vaishyas and Shudras. For example, an occupational duty of the Brahmin is to teach Vedic knowledge. But unless there is an emergency, this professional duty should not be accepted by the Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudras. Even a Kshatriya cannot accept the duties of a Brahmin unless there is an emergency. And then, even if he does so, he should not accept charity from anyone else. Sometimes Brahmins protest against our Krishna consciousness movement for creating Brahmanas from Europeans, or in other words, from Malichas and Yavanas. This movement, however, is here supported in Srimad Bhagavatam. At the present moment, society is in a chaotic condition and everyone has given up the cultivation of spiritual life, which is especially meant for the Brahmins. Because spiritual culture has been stopped all over the world, there is now an emergency. And therefore, it is now time to train those who are considered lower and condemned so that they may become Brahmins and take up the work of spiritual progress. The spiritual progress of human society has been stopped, and this should be considered an emergency. Here is solid support from Narad Muni of the movement known as Krishna consciousness. So this is an emergency, but it is not the opposite way that the Brahmana works for others. It is like the emergency is because the spiritual um, thing is spiritual cultivation is stopped. In this verse, in time of emergency, one may accept any of the various types of professions known as Rita, Amrita, Mrita, Pramrita, and Satyanrita. But one should not at any time accept the profession of a dog, which is Shudra. The profession of Unchashila, collecting grains from the field, is called Rita. Collecting without begging is called Amrit, and begging grains is called Mrita. Tilling the ground is called Pramrita, and trade is called Satyanrita. Engaging in the service of low grade persons, however, is called Shwavriti, the profession of the dogs. Specifically, Brahmins and Kshatriyas should not engage in the low and abominable service of Shudras. Brahmanas should be well acquainted with all the Vedic knowledge, and Kshatriyas should be well acquainted with the worship of demigods. Purport as stated in Bhagavad Gita 4.13, Chatur Varnyam Maya Shrishtam Guna Karma Vibhagasha. The four divisions of human society were created by the Supreme Lord according to the three modes of material nature and the work ascribed to them. Formerly, the principle of dividing human society into four sections, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, was strictly followed, but because of gradual neglect of the varnashram principles, Varna Shankara population developed, and the entire institution has now been lost. In this age of Kali, practically everyone is a Shudra, Kalau Shudra Sambhava, and finding anyone who is a Brahman, Kshatriya, or Vaishya is very difficult. Although the Krishna consciousness movement is a movement of Brahmins and Vaishnavas, it is trying to re-establish the divine Varnashram institution. For without this division of society, there cannot be peace and prosperity anywhere. Okay, so I think this finishes our discussion on.
I think
Yeah, please, yeah.
Today it is extremely difficult to find a Veda Brahmana, or for that matter, to find a Veda Kshatriya, or a Veda Vaishya, or a Veda Shudra. Not possible. Because Arjuna himself says, Jayate Varna Shankaraha. This battle, Krishna, I am afraid, is going to create these mixed characteristics amongst the society. So the society, as we know, after this battle is not going to exist. So today, what is said in the purports that you read is called Apat Dharma. Apat means emergency.
Mm-hmm.
That is where we are living. This Kali Yuga is like that. Although there are microcycles within this Kali Yuga where things may turn better to better and things may turn to worse, the cycle of time is like that. Given that in the cycle of time, this particular epoch of time, the Kali Yuga, is like that, one can only practice this Apad Dharma. Apad Dharma is what? Exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is the exception? There is none of those four classes exist. The only class that exists today, in its true nature, are the Shudras. So, there is no Brahmana, there is only a Brahmana Shudra. There is no Kshatriya, there is only a Kshatriya Shudra. Today, let us take, if the president does not get a paycheck, would the president want to be a president? Or if any administrator wants to be an administrator? No.
Trump is donating everything to.
That is all fine. But he still gets a paycheck. Let us say, hey, you can donate it. But if we say we are not going to pay any administrator any money, will they want to be administrators? Probably not. Right? So a Kshatriya is a Kshatriya Shudra. A Vaishya, at the end of the day, you can be involved in trade unless you own the business yourself and you are not at the mercy of anybody else. A Vaishya becomes a Vaishya Shudra. A Shudra remains a Shudra. So we are all Shudras to begin with in today's terms.
You're very correct.
It is described that everyone in Kali Yuga is born as a Sudra. It's just the nature of Kali Yuga.
You can lower your voice a little.
Point is that when one is trying to cultivate spiritual consciousness, like elevating the consciousness, then what should one do? You know?
For elevating the consciousness, that is why they said, look, we can go and change people the way they are today, right? To say, give up all of these things, and now you need to elevate to a particular order as described in the varnashrama is not possible. The only thing that will elevate, whether you are a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or a Shudra, whichever intrinsic nature you have, the only way to elevate is through the Sankirtana movement. The name of the Lord will, what it will do, it will slowly work internally within oneself, purify you of the things that are afflicting you, and elevate you to the higher levels of consciousness.
Mm. But the point is that Srila Prabhupada was exactly asked this question: why are you trying to re-establish Devi Varnashram when holy name is enough? No, he says, but who is able to chant like that purely? Because one is not able to chant purely. That is why these Varnashrama rules are being described, the Varna classification, so that it becomes easier to practice.
Prabhu, by chanting, you are elevating. It is not one is exclusive of they are not, it's not like they are mutually exclusive. They are both interrelated in that you can continue chanting, and as you chant, your intrinsic qualities elevate. So, from your level of consciousness that is at the rock bottom, now you start elevating. As you start elevating, you practice the qualities and activities that are commensurate to the level that you are elevating.
But
So, that
one is
varnashrama is running in parallel. Both of these are kind of acting in parallel to one another.
the problem is, no, when we are not able to chant purely, and because that means we are under the modes, the pressure of the modes is there, because of which we are bound to act, forced to act in a certain manner, or want to act in a certain manner, like Lord Krishna is saying in Bhagavad Gita many times to Arjuna. So then what happens is, if one is not doing those activities, and so one is doing those activities and another is to do it for the pleasure of the Lord, that is a big issue, because that becomes really tough to do if one is not, it is not natural to do. If so, like let's say a Brahmana, for the example, it is said here in the Bhagavatam verse, that one can do Rita, Amrita, with all the means of livelihood, all in emergency, but Shwavritya, by the profession of the dogs, this na, never, kadachana, any time. Why? Why it is said that in time of emergency, a Brahmin can do all the different ways of earning money, but one should not at any time accept the profession of a dog. Specifically, Brahmins and Kshatriyas should not engage in the low and abominable service of Shudras. Why it is written specifically like that?
Prabhu,
There's
if
a reason, no?
yeah, the reason is if because if you are bound to a service, you are beholden to the person who pays for that service.
Mhm.
It's that simple. Once you are beholden,
To the
then
spiritualist, what is the problem for a spiritualist? Why one should not do it?
because money,
Conscious in the consciousness, yeah.
you are what you eat. What you eat is procured through what you have. and what you have, if that is tainted, everything else becomes tainted, including your consciousness.
Mhm. Well, that
So
yeah.
that is the reason why that is said. But today, what is the other choice? So let us just take this, let us take in this whole wide world, 30 million people are Brahmanas, or at least they belong to a community that they call Brahmanas.
Uh-huh.
If they all have to have independent sources of income that is vested on them and they can go and earn or make money for their livelihood, that number will dwindle and soon we will lose the whole community. There is no other choice.
I mean, we are not talking about birth. We are
I have
talking.
a question. So I have heard it described that if you accept compensation for something, so you're being paid to do something, that is what you receive. So if you are doing an activity, say you are doing an activity, some sort of pious activity, it's described planting trees or digging wells, are two good examples. Those you can get some pious merit, some karmic advantage by doing those activities. If you are being paid to do those activities, then you are receiving the payment. You're not getting the karmic benefit. The one who is paying you to do this activity, they receive the karmic benefit of that activity. So in the same way, I've heard it, and I don't exactly know where, but I've heard it described that if one is being paid to do service in the temple, like you're doing like a pujari or something like that, then it is not the same. It's like the activity is contaminated by, you are receiving the payment. So that's okay, you're getting the benefit of the payment, not the benefit of doing the activity. So I would guess, and this is my question, is this part of the reason why a brahmana should not take up the activities of a shudra? Because then the quality or the quality or the benefit or the different things that a brahmana would normally get through their activities is compromised. Now they're just getting the payment. I don't fully understand how this works, but I'm putting this question before you, so to see what your input is on this.
You are correct, Prabhu, right? In that, if a Brahmana receives compensation for the service the Brahmana renders, right? Then the work that the Brahmana is doing can no longer be considered selfless. The moment it happens, you are at the service of somebody else, you are at the mercy of somebody else who pays you. When that happens, you cease the status of being a Brahmana or the virtue of being a Brahmana. However, today, let us say, when we started, I said by nature, right? Teachers are Brahmanas based on the quality of work that they do or the nature of the work that they do. Tell me a teacher who will work for free without getting a monthly paycheck and the benefits.
That means they are Shudras, no? That means.
Exactly. So, what I am saying is, it is not possible to change. It is possible, but unless there is a complete change in the social order and the structure and the way and functions that the world operates, we can just change all of these things.
1% of the
Now,
population
I think this is very significant.
very significant.
Go ahead, Prabhu.
Please go on. Yeah.
you can.
So I think this is very significant because I think this brings up and illustrates a very good point, and that is that if we are hoping to have and encourage as close as possible, a proper Brahminical group within a community, it's not so much as it's not something that can be mandated, but it's something that the proper environment can be created that group can operate as cleanly as possible. So they have to be provided with a means to like a some sort of housing or something that they can live, that they are not struggling to. I kind of see it in this way. The brahmanas are provided with tax-free housing, right? Or rent-free housing. They're provided with a place to live. It does not have to be extravagant, but that it's secure, that they have a place to live. And they are given by creating this environment in the society. I'll just try and speak in terms of Vedic society, because how to implement this exactly, I don't know. So the Kshatriya provides a place for the Brahmanas to live and operate where they are not concerned so much for their upkeep. They're not going to lose their house if they don't charge enough for their services, or they don't charge for their services. So that frees them now to give their services, and they will receive some money or some food, or various things will be given to them to cover the other, some cloth will be given to cover the other necessities that they have. By facilitating this position for the Brahmanas, the Kshatriya is greatly benefited. This is, he's giving some charity to the Brahmanas just by providing this space, this security in a way. And so then the Kshatriyas, the administrative class, is purified in a way by doing this, and also the society benefits. And then the knowledge that the Brahmanas are able to freely give, and the services they are able to freely give without concern for compensation, that benefits the rest of society. So if the environment can be created where this sort of exchange, this sort of interplay can grow, then we will see a better quality of Brahmanas. But without that environment that can foster this kind of in exchange, then by necessity, anyone engaged in the Brahminical activities, they have to get a livelihood somehow, because they have to pay for their house, they have to pay for their groceries, they have to pay for everything. So if we want to see a more clean Brahminical group, then we have to create that environment that will support them. So that's kind of my thoughts on that.
It's very important. See, that apart from the fruit, what you both were speaking about, the karma which comes and the fruit which is whom it is given to, the consciousness, no, what happens when one is a Shudra and one is a Brahmin occupation. Person who wants to be a devotee of the Lord, we are talking about those people. If one is working for others, and if one is doing the Brahminical occupation, not depending on others, the difference what happens is, the biggest one is sarv dharman parityajya mam ekam sharanam vraja. That's the foremost thing. What happens is, when one is working for others, one has to depend on somebody else for one's livelihood, the basic livelihood, and it is very difficult to think Lord as the maintainer. That is why the Brahmanas, to cultivate spiritual consciousness, where one has to, one depends on the Lord for one's maintenance. Like today, I won't have anything, no problem. The Lord has to provide, no? So then one gets more and more faith that Lord is my maintenance. He always provides. Krishna always provides one. It is his duty. And one starts seeing that and becomes more and more convinced of it. But what happens is, a Shudra, is very difficult for Shudra to cultivate that consciousness of total dependence on the Lord, that he is my maintainer. And because of which Sarvadharma and Parityajya doesn't like deeply manifest so much. In different ways it can manifest, of course, when one gets problem and like that. But it is one aspect of one's, there are 6 aspects of surrender. One of them is maintainer, protector. The second thing what happens is the pleasing, whom to please. Because one is a maintainer, one wants to please that person. Actually, a Shudra quality is that one has to develop the quality to be just like really mold oneself, a good Shudra means. Really mold oneself in whatever the speech, words, actions of the master is, The Shudra has to really dovetail everything, one's own consciousness like that to become a really good servant. That's what we have been asked to do with our spiritual master. Like really hear from him, really go into deep, like small things and really mold oneself and become just like that. So in the external sphere, one has to become like that. Otherwise, it cannot be a good Shudra, not be a good employee. Because it's just not. So that is another problem for cultivating spiritualist, because one wants to cultivate to the Lord or the spiritual master, like here, and cultivates one consciousness like that, not of a material person. That exactly what happened when the Vrindavan Vasis, they wanted to worship Indradev, and Krishna taught them a lesson that don't, you only depend on me. So they were all Vaishyas, some were Brahmanas, and Nanda Maharaj was doing the duty of a Kshatriya for the time being, but he was basically a Vaishya under Kamsa. So that is what is being told to Vaishnavas to do. Otherwise, one will not be able to teach others, because what does one teach if one is not fully able to like depend on the Lord for even one's food, like one's maintenance? Then how is he going to convey that to others? Because it's difficult, no, to convey by one teach by achar, no. That don't worry, Krishna will take care. One can't tell with full consciousness, with full dependence, and with full authority until one is himself doing it.
Prabhu, in Bhagavad Gita, the same Bhagavad Gita says, even prior to chapter 18, where the verse that you just quoted, right? It says, Ananyaha chintayanto mam, ye janaha paryupasate, tesham nityabhyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyam. Ananyaha chintayanto mam, with no other thoughts, with one single pointed focus or one pointed focus, ye janaha paryupasate, those who meditate upon me. Tesham, for them, nityabhiyuktanam, whatever their daily sustenance is, yogakshemam, their material and eternal welfare, vahamyaham, I will take care, are the words of the Lord, right? Who, undisturbed by no other thoughts or concerns, with single pointed focus, is able to meditate upon the Lord all the time.
Very tough to do that, no?
So, there is a time that will come when one will be able to do that. When will that time come? You have to continuously elevate yourself to that. Until that time comes, if one were to shut down and say, look, that is what I am working myself towards. Until then, I need to be provided for. The Lord has to send somebody to provide that person for that. Krishna's mercy, he may do that. One cannot claim that as the right. I am going to depend upon the Lord to do that for me, and I am going to continue doing what I am doing with single pointed focus. If you have that single pointed focus and that kind of trust in the Lord will provide you for that. But that kind of a mentality or mindset is not possible for where.
Talking about a certain section, see, Brahman, a real qualified Brahman, meaning only 1% of the
Prabhu,
to cultivate that,
that is right.
so that the society can be benefited.
Correct. So,
They themselves start working for others. How do they cultivate?
completely understood. So, the only way that you can do is to get a structure to provide for the cultivation of such Brahmanas.
That's what Hari Kirtan Prabhu was saying.
Right.
That's what we are
Yeah.
discussing.
So we have to create the right environment. Really, that I think is the most important thing.
That's why the kings provided for the Brahmanas in the past.
Exactly. That's what we were discussing last week. That right now the situation is that the richer people, they look down upon, even, because they're not going to provide. So some devotees, maybe richer devotees, or maybe people who are more Kshatriya, they have to provide it for the devotees, and then that's where something we have to do, start. Devotees, people will catch up to it. They will say, oh, this is a good way to do it. People don't know where to put their wealth. Many good devotees.
Well, it's interesting that you see. So the Shudras are engaged in elevating society by providing their labor to help out. That's that they get compensated for it, but the kind of what they give is their labor. Their labor is engaged as the other varnas direct. The Vaishyas, their money is taken in the form of taxes or rent or various things that are levied by the Kshatriyas. The Kshatriyas then take that and give that to the Brahmanas to be properly engaged. So ultimately, every layer of society, every piece of society is ultimately assisting the Brahmanas in elevating the society as a whole. So the whole structure is there simply for the purpose of elevating society.
So let us now, this is a good segue to how to implement this. Srila Prabhupada has given us so many directions, Bhagavatam, he has pointed us in all these different places, different teachers. Srila Prabhupada, what does he say here? They become I 247 I wanted to come to. There are three considerations here: prescribed duties, capricious work, and inaction. Prescribed duties refer to activities performed while one is in the mode of material nature. Now this, as far as prescribed duties are concerned, they can be fitted into three subdivisions, namely routine work, emergency work, and desired activities. So routine work is in terms of spiritual injection, what we have been talking about. What is the routine work of a Brahmin? Then there is emergency work, which Bhagavatam is talking about, but it is an emergency. It doesn't go on. So it has to manufacture. I mean, in emergency, one has to do the work so that routine thing can come back again. So anyway, so I wanted to go back to the Chaitanya Charitamrita just to start discussing the practicalities of implementing. Where was that? Adi Leela, 17th chapter, 103. When I wanted to become a Grihastha, and then what should I work I do? I took this as the like the main thing, and other verses. But then, I mean, trying to do the varnashrama college, this is where I really went into detail, because this is the direction which Srila Prabhupada is giving. The Brahmanas generally used to become astrologers, Ayurvedic physicians, teachers, and priests. And it tells how Ayurveda and astrology work together for helping people, and thereby they can go in people's home and they can teach them. What I got out from this, I started meditating on this, and what I understood what Srila Prabhupada is trying to do here is when he really trains up, no, in the Gurukul, when he would have gone into that direction, then as because the main function is not the astrology, Ayurveda, and all these things in Devi Varnashram. Main is to bring them closer to the Lord. But people don't even want like they people to come to their home to teach them about that. They think they're happy. They think we know what is the purpose of life. But as an astrologer, as an Ayurvedic physician, teacher, priest, one will be able to go into people's homes. See, because they want to know about what their physical problems are happening, or they want to know their past, present, and future. And similarly, other knowledges also which they want to know, material knowledge. That where one goes in, and then then one could then give them the greatest benefit. I mean, not this benefit, but the greatest benefit which Srila Prabhupada then later on talks about. If they're actually trained as perfect Brahmins, they can save society from rogues and ruffians. Indeed, people can live happily under the protection of qualified Vaishnavas, qualified Brahmins. So in Devi Varnashram, that protection, of course, comes because of training in Krishna consciousness and Sankirtan Yagya. So this is what I really figured out. Okay, what Hari Kirtan Prabhu was saying, that Brahmanas given house or land or wherever some in India land is very expensive. House is not comparatively that building is, but in US house is like land is very cheap. Building is very tough because the labor is so costly. So either way, so that is what basically place to live is what is the main thing, so that they become free of the living expense. And if there is some place to grow some vegetable and some cows and everything, so that they are not now dependent on others for even for donations, so that there is no existential issues, then with extra whatever work occupation they have of which they have learned, and now they are able to share, teach, consult, advise, priest, astrology, ayurveda, whichever way, they can earn their normal things without much no making it so much of ugra karma.
Can I bring in a little comment here about this? So I have seen this ultimately in a community or in a society. We want to attract and encourage the highest quality of brahmanas, because ultimately that will benefit everyone the most. The difficulty is that if we are going to have brahmanas that are, if we are going to have brahmanas that are independent like that, it takes so many different layers of society to kind of support them in a way that they don't have to earn their livelihood. That structure has to be there. So it's kind of a catch-22 where it's like, what do you start with first? You have a healthy structure of workers and merchants, sudras and vaishyas, and a good administration, and then you are able to maintain the brahmanas, and it's not a burden on anyone. Everyone is able, they have prosperity, they're able to give freely, and then the brahmanas are supported. But without the brahmanas, how do you educate and train the population, the different members? There's a difficulty of, where do you start with? It can be challenging.
The Prabhupada
So do you,
started just with Brahmins, and they're doing all the
correct,
work of everybody. And but that's why he was saying this is my 50% work, because soon enough you need, because they can't really practice well
yeah,
without the support. But first
right.
to be there.
So, but it is challenging to start off with the brahmanas, because if we are going to allow them to be free to do what we really need them to do, then we kind of have to be able to have the capital or the resources to support them.
Well, what he did was, no, Srila Prabhupada, he made them Vaishnavas and Brahmanic, like he's going in that direction. So he was expecting, because it is an like just like he's saying it's an emergency, it's all topsy-turvy. So Brahmana would
Right.
do function of everybody.
Sure. And I understand there has to be
Time being,
some sort of
so that
transition, some sort of means to shift.
then they gradually, more and more classified it becomes. I understand it
That's why I'm saying that it's
clearly.
tricky. It's a little challenging. It's not so
I
direct.
understand it
It's like,
so clearly, because daily basis I struggle. And I really I was just yesterday I was praying, oh my God, if devotees come who can manage, like I have to push myself, because not being above them, like I have to like really make all these calculations in the, like calculation meaning Prabhupada's instructions, and motivate myself and really get it. Okay, I have to do management or the money making or all these things. I have to really make myself do it. It's not like natural, you know.
Yeah.
So, but one does it because it is required to be done, you know,
Yeah.
and why? Because it's an emergency, like Srila Prabhupada is saying.
So what my most recent thoughts on this has been is that ultimately, even though the brahmanas are so important and so critical, because as Badri Prabhu was saying, the key or the structure of the society is from the sudras. You kind of have to start from the ground up, and you create the environment to for uh, engagement of the sudras and environment for facilitating the vaishyas. Then the prosperity comes, and then that can be engaged to develop everything else. So we have to be able to facilitate jobs and businesses.
I want to take this little bit time we have, half an hour. I want to take this opportunity to run something by you of this sort, what you are saying, you
Sure.
know, at our Florida farm.
Mm.
Now, just a little background I want to give. When I saw Srila Prabhupada saying these things that as Ayurveda and astrology and how it can they can go in people's homes and then able to get respect and be able to then I could say, oh my God, one can easily preach then to all these people all around the world. And and that could be a great occupation because people health is such a big problem. So I wanted to get into that, and also because of Ayurveda, and also I wanted to understand how to, because devotees themselves in any communities which open in the future. I mean, I'm talking about 2006. I was thinking like that, that when the communities open in the future, we would need medicines, good medicines, Ayurveda medicines. So, and I was just getting married, so I thought I just got married, not that it's a process, but I just got married. So I was thinking how to maintain myself. So I was thinking, so then I saw Srila Prabhupada also was a chemist, to do as his Gresta duty. So I thought, okay, if I can get these medicines from India, Ayurveda medicines, that will give me an in to, for the future, we will see what happens, but future would be I could get into this whole teaching devotees, children into Ayurveda practitioners and yoga teachers who can go inside people's homes and preach and maintain themselves also, you know. So it worked out by Lord gave so many things I have thought about didn't work out. It's not like in my thing, Krishna sanctioned somehow. But now I'm gradually bringing it to, because now I've been able to go into this industry, Ayurveda industry to some extent, kind of have the pulse of it, so to say. After so many years, anybody would get it. So I started thinking like this. This is where I'm thinking to amalgamate everything what we are talking about and like this. Calling it in our Florida farm, which is this farm. hmm, a Ayurveda collective, a farm-based Ayurveda healing collective. Food becomes medicine and soil becomes the first pharmacy. Basically, I am trying to see, anyway, let's see. Let's go through this. Gopal from Pine Island is an 85-acre regenerative coconut and herb farm in southwest Florida, minutes from Sunnyvale and Captiva beaches. We are building a farm-based Ayurveda healing collective, a living ecosystem where farmers, healers, and health professionals work together to reverse chronic disease through food, herbs, and lifestyle. The collective will integrate organic coconut and herb cultivation, Ayurveda nutrition, Panchakarma treatments, lifestyle medicine research and education, eco retreat cottages, and wellness tourism. I mean, you are all discerning devotees. You can see all the sections of the society could be included in this, in one way or another. And I can go a little bit more. Um, It's creating America's first farm-based Ayurveda community dedicated to the prevention and reversal of chronic diseases through nature, nutrition, holistic living, integrate organic farming, Ayurveda, and modern medical science to regenerate people, soil, society. Objectives, chronic disease prevention, develop these centers, create education and research programs demonstrating food as medicine, train and treat thousands each year through farm-based healing. Then I'll go quickly. Then the science, because there are so many chronic diseases in the US. 40 people have two or more. 6 out of 10, 60% people are chronically diseased. And there's so many of them. Ayurveda really works very well because these are not diseases of, these are diseases of imbalances, not of like virus or bacteria. No? So these are imbalances in the food, rhythm, disconnection from nature. The Ayurveda is effective in. So with food, lifestyle, mind, and herbs. And this is where the whole spiritual whole thing comes in. And these are all the scientific evidences which are going now, and we want to develop more research and the opportunities for practitioners, specialty centers. So what I was thinking is, let's say there are 2, 3 Brahminical Ayurvedic practitioners. They have their own practice, right? And maybe specialty in diabetes or specialty of obesity, arthritis, like that. And they are performing panchakarma also, or a Vaishya or even a Shudra person is doing it, and they tell them to get it done here. Either way, can go in more detail. So these farm-made clinics, basically this clinic is like of not correct, should be farm product, like Ayurveda product maker, like Vaishyas. They grow plants, grow and make something out of them and then sell. And same thing, but different people, yoga, nutrition, education. It's also more research. This is also Vaishya activity. So, in this, in collaboration, this is what's called shared infrastructure and economic model. So organic farming and compost programs. So now these are Vaishya Shudra activities. They form the whole base in which this is the farm, mango, banana, coconut, like that, and so many other plants are growing and can grow more and more. So this is a Vaishya and Shudra activity. But where should it be used for? It should be just used for food or can be used uh, with Brahminical direction, what we just heard, for people who, because so many people, like 40% of people have chronic disease in the US. So instead of traveling to their homes, maybe we invite them to come here. They may come with the same category thinking that because they have problems and they may want to come to fix. Is the same principle that they come and want to talk to us, and be able to be cured. So that's where I was thinking, um, if they come there to us, devotees can then gradually, as Ayurveda physicians, can bring them better in health. And when they see that, then they get faith in the person who is treating them and bringing them up. And then they can tell with their example and their lives and their teachings, can tell more and more, gradually bring them their lifestyle and consciousness, everything above. So shared processing of this thing, central market, anyway. So cafe teachings, love. So these were the economic models I was thinking. So this one, I have subdivided these lots. There we have like 9 lots there, 4.5 acre, 10 lots, but I mean there are some more, but right, let's say 4.5 acre, 9 lots. So I'm saying to some people who want to like own the lots, you own the lots, but then you lease it back for coconut leasing, for you construct some Airbnb cottages. Maybe somebody wants to do panchakarma, also set it up. they want to, or they want to grow herbs or crops, whatever, they own it, then they can lease it, that land, a portion of these land, to people who are like younger generation, who want to lease, who are either a Brahmin or a Vaishya, to, or even a Shudra, to do certain, handicraft activities, to give them some lease income, and who then they can do their small thing and keep learning, and when they feel that they have enough good practice where they can earn money more, then they can go somewhere else. They don't need to keep the lease, like something like that. And of course, education would be the varnashrama college. The same thing would, young children or older people come and learn. This is right in the ballpark. And so somewhere revenue share, if revenue share what I have given is, if there is a actual qualified Brahman, then there is no revenue share, just on a donation basis. But if there is no qualified Brahman initially, then there will be revenue share. And like the herbal product maker, same Vaishya activity, they lease land and grow, and so all these things. Then cafe operator, that can also be Vaishya or Brahminical. Vaishnava Vaishya will be even better to do. So like that, this also can be Brahminical. Astrologer also Brahminical, same way. Same, this is if there are qualified Brahman, then no revenue share. Or if they are qualified astrologer, no revenue share. If they are not, which is the case, why I have given all these things is because it's not so much what I'm thinking currently, because there are not so many devotees who are able to teach like this in the West, to use people who are not Vaishnavas and high quality Brahmins, but they have knowledge. If the qualification, I can tell more about how the qualification I'm thinking, what happens if when they're not qualified Brahmins, the intuition power and the way they process. But so that's the thing that we can input into this whole Ayurveda community. Anyway, there is too much, many more things to do, but this is the direction I'm going. I hope you all, you know. So what do you think? Bharat Prabhu has joined too. Hare Krishna. Oh,
Hare Krishna.
Prabhu is also here. Hare Krishna.
My obeisances, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
You just finished a seminar program, classes.
Yeah, and what an auspicious day to reveal.
Oh, Srila Prabhupada Disappearance Day is there too today.
I'm only joining because I saw on YouTube what you presented, and yeah, I love it. I think it's a very sound vision. It has a very broad scope that where you can trial and test, and I'm certain with the foundation that you already have of your practice and the network and community, there will be something fruitful. And yeah, how to approach it, that's what I'm thinking about. I would love to dive in and think about how to set this up as a project and look at tangible goals, objectives, and risks, and yeah.
I was doing that. I was thinking all throughout Bharat Prabhu, CEO of this whole project. You're perfect for it. Yeah, let's see what Krishna has in mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, so give some feedback, no, all of you, critical feedback and problems where that can happen. If which direction should we go? Let's dive deeper into it for whatever time we have now. This is one model I'm saying. I mean, there can be many models.
First thing I'm thinking is where to draw the line between business and how would it water down the mission or vision if it's too much Ayurveda centered, focused. Yeah, where is the fine line between we are dovetailing everything and we're using Ayurveda, and where could we digress from the ultimate vision? That's
So I have been thinking of it in two ways. So this is oriented to the public. Varnashrama college is for the devotees because this is our motive and this is, but three people were going to come to Varnashrama college, Srila Prabhupada, according to him. One is devotee children, devotees themselves, and public. So this is for the public part. So for devotee children, it's a separate website, separate whole thing. And we were thinking 2 lots to be donated to the temple and Agraharan. Very beautiful temple, design and everything. So there the devotees would be practicing the whole thing. Part of see what happens is there are villages like that who are more yogic villages or more deity deity making villages. This would be more of a Ayurveda village. There is definitely a strain here because of the so many things which have gone into the. I mean, I've been thinking how because there is no Kshatriya who is donating a land. It has to be developed. Right now, we have a great opportunity because the highest portion of the GDP of the US, let's say 6 trillion, 7 trillion GDP, the highest portion is of healthcare because there are so many people who are sick. Plus, if you show chronically sick people, if you show them a way to become healthy, they become so obligated. So it's like we can go to all over middle America. We don't have to be a fringe people, like all over all these people, they are our clients in a sense. And because of that, very easily, much more easily, one is able to bring them higher and higher consciousness. One would be able to if we plan it, train it really well. This is the way to approach the whole of the Western society. One way.
Yeah.
Varnashrama
Yeah.
way.
Training Western society in general, that's reminding me more of the very bold vision that Srila Prabhupada is nailing down in the what is it, the seven goals of ISKCON principles of, they're like very wide target group. As I understand, the populace for the Varnashram College, it's the harassed populace, it's the people, the materially exhausted, and they might have some intersection with the general populace. Here in this case, it might be rather wellness oriented, people with a lot of money that are maybe not so materially exhausted, but rather materially indulging. And also there's a risk that it could become initially or in general more Indian dominated. So how to balance that?
The very, very good points that you're making, Prabhu. And I mean, this is very, and I have been guilty of going in different directions, back and forth, and then I have experienced this thing, and then I realize, oh, this is not, and this has to be really thought of, and in a devotee association, it has to be emphasized, and goals, and like really the prioritization and everything has to be, so that we may not forget the goal, but it could become little bit disappear from one's eyes sometimes while making decisions. So definitely that's why a community of good Brahmin devotees there, it is essential the first, so that they can always keep it on the track daily basis, and bigger, all kinds of bigger decisions like like bigger decisions, it should be transparent, like directly it's been discussed, what will be better, what will not be better. So this is one way I'm also discussing this whole thing with devotees. I want to really understand if this is the right direction we want to go. Because it pains me that the books, it's like the knowledge is so perfect from Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam. The whole thing is so perfect situation for everybody to solve everything. Practically almost everything one can solve. And people are suffering just because the knowledge is there. The books are all here in the US. But people don't, and YouTube everywhere, but people don't take the step to want to read it or to access it, because they don't think it is, first of all, related to them. They don't even know about them. And third, then even if they come to know, they don't respect it, because no respectful people they find who is doing it among society, among the community, among the TV, and nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So if we are able through, let's say, health, we're able to access them, because it's already happening. I'm seeing it already, in our Ayurveda, this thing. Already people come and they become so respectful because they are getting cured. I've seen it from last 10, 15 years. I'm seeing it. They become so respectful. They practically, whatever you do, whatever you tell, like normal things, they will do. And they have money too. So financially it can be, Brahmana can easily, children can be given an occupation like that. That here, we will train you in these things. Okay, Prabhu. Hare Kirtan, Prabhu. We'll talk more on this.
Mm-hmm.
So, you are correct. We have to always keep this priorities and not be pulled by the pressure of the material, lust.
Mm.
And anyone else would like to comment on it? Ramananda Prabhu, would you like to comment? What I was saying, Ramananda Prabhu, is that this is one way of orienting a village to one particular model of one kind of village, which can encompass to try to take care of providing facilities for Brahmin, for training, for money, preaching, many things. Similarly, it can be done with a different orientation in different locations, depending on the kind of land or environment or the situation there is. Yes, Prabhu.
Yes, no, it sounds brilliant.
I don't hear it, Prabhu. We don't not able to hear. I think you are in a place which is on the farm, which is.
Hold on, let me
Now we
get off
can
of
hear you.
because I'm on the Wi-Fi. I have to get off of the Wi-Fi. I'm just coming away from the house a little bit.
We can hear
Can
you
you?
now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just mentioned I'm a little bit preoccupied because I'm looking for the keys to the car and trying to listen at the same time. But no, I really like your idea. It's the one of the things that I was thinking of in regards to the occupation of the brahmanas. It would seem like through both, I don't know if through both of the models, but at least for the model that you mentioned, that somehow the brahmanas have to find a way. and the brahmanas are supposed to be so intelligent, and they are, of course, that that they're able to find a way with or without an internal community, whether whether or not there are enough Shudras or Vaishyas in the immediate community. So it seems like the model that you're suggesting is another version of interacting with the outside, with those who are outside of the village, to subsidize the Brahminical population within that village, until at least there's enough economic activity within the village to support the same brahmanas. Is that
Yeah.
would that be sort of a correct?
That is one way. One. I mean, our purpose is not just finishes if we can maintain or brahmanas can maintain. Our purpose is to bring the whole society gradually, even if it's not fully, but starting to understand that Vedic authority, Srila Prabhupada, that's the highest knowledge, and that respecting that knowledge, even if they don't fully understand it or not implement it. So,
Oh yes, yeah. So yeah, I understand. So it addresses both concerns very intelligently, where you simultaneously are supporting the brahmanas and simultaneously actually executing the ultimate mission to revolutionize the consciousness of the broader society. So that's, if it would work, it would sound fantastic. Yeah. This is a new. I only came in at around 9:20, so I just started.
that's when we started on that. We were talking about till then we were talking about Srila Prabhupada's different statements from Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita, where he's talking about the occupation of a Brahmin.
Oh, okay.
Then we went into the implementation from around 9:20 on or so.
It's funny, we were reading from the Bhagavatam the other day in relation to the birth of Maharaj Parikshit, and he said something very similar to what I think you just read this morning. I don't know if you covered that one also, but it was talking about the difference between Vipras and Brahmanas, and how the Vipras are those more expert in Vedic knowledge in relation to karma kanda, in relation to material upliftment, whereas the Brahmanas are, more distinct in that they're expert in spiritual science. And yesterday we were in the purport. It was Srila Prabhupada said that both Vipras. He said Vipras on one hand they're distinguished, on the other hand they're sort of counted amongst the Brahmanas. Mm-hmm. And he said Vipras, like as Brahmanas, Vipras are also supported by the state, mm-hmm. Which was interesting. So even those who are expert in karma kanda, mm-hmm. activities, not necessarily spiritual activities, are also supposed to be supported by the state or subsidized. We talked about subsidies with the kids and everything.
Most people do karma kanda, no? So they need training, no?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's not like that's okay, I understand. Yeah, because most of the people are and anyway, it brought up a lot of questions in my mind about, in our society of devotees, of, when devotees have children and so on. I was wondering if we were going to end up with a population that are, supposed to be the devotee society, but we know that even amongst the children of devotees and so on, that not everybody is grown up as a pure devotee, and they do actually have maybe what would see purely as anarthas. that they would also be interested in these kinds of karma kanda activities. I don't know if they would be supported or encouraged or what in a society of a Vaishnava society.
Mhm. But these are not karma kanda, no? Like Ayurveda and all these are all. See, one can do it just for the body. Like because I have the Ayurveda business, I had to motivate myself to understand how is it like I'm just giving medicine and just to cure the body, which is just a yantra anyway, it's going to die. So what's the whole point? Then I started understanding, oh, but Dhanvantari, Sri Dhanvantari is an incarnation of Vishnu, and he has brought these medicines. But why? It's just he's so merciful. Like he has a whole mission too to keep people healthy, so that people can do karma kanda, they can do jnana kanda, they can do bhakti peacefully. Everything, because this world is made for enjoying and then giving up. You know, that's how we are. So he wants to. This is the overall mission of the Lord, like that of Dhanvantari, to keep everything in peaceful and healthy, because we mess up and disease, make the body diseased. But then I started thinking, oh, but Sri Dhanvantari is coming now as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So how can we utilize Dhanvantari's, his own previous mission or existing mission to benefit the Sankirtan mission, which is basically what I was talking about. That's how I started thinking, oh, astrologers can be, as devotees, astrologers are great preachers, can become great preachers, because they can easily go and people can come to them to learn. And then because there is a teacher student relationship, or being helped, then people become submissive to learn that, oh, one can tell, meat is not very good. Like when we go to Ayurveda treatment, they say don't eat meat because it is creates pitta and you will get more diseased. So please don't eat any meat or even eggs or even onion and garlic too, because they create heat in the body. So people start getting purified. They understand what happens when I do this, when I don't do this. They are feeling arthritis going down, inflammation is going down when they don't eat meat. I mean, directly people can see it day in day out. I have noticed it. So many people, no, in our line of work. So because of which, then gradually they get more and more faithful. And this because so many problems are coming because of the mind, and they tell this mind is this, there's a you should chant this mantra. It will help you a lot, and then people gradually can be lifted up wherever they are from to the next stage like that.
Yeah, it reminds me of Dira Govinda Prabhu in Alachwan, and the way that he sort of dovetails his communication seminars and everything. And ultimately, actually, I was surprised at how boldly he actually preaches through that. It's not, it's kind of roundabout, but it's not really that roundabout after all, And he actually does make devotees in the process. That was quite impressive. And if you have somebody who's really qualified as a Brahmana and they're pure so that they don't get deviated, then it seems like a very effective.
I have a question here, because like this next week I'm going to support such a seminar, and I'm just getting training by Dear Govinda, and one devotee, he now harshly criticizes me for doing that. I'm telling him I'm in my life using this as a fundamental structure for my self-realization, and also for my work to shift more from managerial occupation and teaching business more to dovetailing what otherwise would be karma kanda with devotion and bhakti. So he is saying that's not what Srila Prabhupada said. Show me the quotes and show me where Srila Prabhupada said that, and we need to keep it pure. And yeah, so how How would you respond to that?
Yeah, Ramananda Prabhu, you want to reply?
Well, I can just go based on anecdotal. I went to we went to Alachua a few weeks ago, and we had a nice morning program with dear Govinda Prabhu, and I know that what was going on in the morning program and in the class was pure Krishna consciousness, and and I think, I'm not sure, but as far as I know, those who were attending came through his you know, his communication workshops. So at least he's able to very clearly separate his communication workshops within the pure spiritual program. And I didn't see any kind of,
Huh.
you know, any contamination whatsoever in you know, in the
Yeah.
spiritual program. It's just
No.
the
Yeah.
communication program is obviously sort of a stepping stone to get people who otherwise would not be
Yes.
accessible.
I have no doubt about that. Now, this person who criticized, he is saying, yeah, but then you mix psychology and communication, you mix it with bhakti, and where's the Sambandha Gyan? Uh, um, where's Lord Chaitanya's movement and the holy name? And now asking money for that. So keep it both separated, but not in the occupation bringing in the bhakti. And I think no, it's like I think this is exactly opening doors for people, as you said, that otherwise would have no access.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I guess, and as a matter of principle, it's something to watch out for, obviously. But then on a case by case basis, and it's just to be seen. The tree is known by its fruit. So look, somebody can scrutinize him and see does he have both going for him? Is he is he mixing, so-called mixing, or I didn't find anything, at least in the book, you know, the book that what is it called? And then good relationships, or some relationships that work, or something like that. I didn't see
Yeah,
anything that
yeah.
was mixing or watering down. And then when it comes to bringing people into to the actual spiritual program, the spiritual program is pure as far as I was concerned. So I didn't see any problem. I don't see any problem with him specifically. Maybe whoever's criticizing could just take maybe a closer look, you know.
I offered exactly that. Come for free and see. Yeah.
So
But
this,
that's the world it's the world we live in. We have to sometimes, you know, find ways.
see
So
this, the
I
Prabhupada explains,
applaud anybody who can do it very very skillfully.
says the Krishna consciousness is awakened by different types of sacrifices to the demigods. See, Krishna consciousness is awakened by different types of sacrifices to the demigods, sacrifice to Brahman, sacrifice in celibacy, in household life, in controlling the senses, in practicing mystic yoga, in penance, in foregoing material possessions, in studying the Vedas, and in partaking of the social institution called varnashrama dharma. All of these known as all of these are known as sacrifice, and all of them are based on regulated action. But within all these activities, the important factor is self-realization. One who seeks that objective is the real student of Bhagavad Gita. Hmm. So
Mm.
basically, one can do everything with the objective of self-realization, and which is the same thing discussed in Ishopanishad also. You know, Ishopanishad, Ishavasya principle. It's very like that's the main principle Srila Prabhupada has taught us. Ishopanishad teaches us is that everything can be. There's no Ishopanishad here. Ishavasya idam sarvam. It's in the next verse. Keep talking, I will bring. Oh, here. Okay, factually, no one has to do anything more than render devotional service to the Lord. However, in the lower stages of life, one cannot immediately adopt the activities of devotional service, nor can one completely stop fruitive work. See, a conditioned soul is accustomed to working for sense gratification, for his own selfish interest, immediate or extended. An ordinary man works for his own sense enjoyment, and when this principle of sense enjoyment is extended to include his society, nation, or humanity in general, it assumes various attractive names such as altruism, socialism, communism, nationalism, and humanitarianism. These isms are certainly very attractive forms of karma bandhan or karmic bondage. But the Vedic instruction of Sri Ishopanishad is that if one actually wants to live for any of the above isms, he should make them God centered, not to reject them. There is no harm in becoming a family man or an altruist, a socialist, a communist, a nationalist, or a humanitarian, provided that one executes his activities in relation with Ishavasya, the God-centered conception. Goes on. This is the Ishavasya principle is that due to the factors of putting another. Consequently, advises to exert our energy in the spirit of Ishavasya. Being so engaged, we may wish to live for many, many years. That's how we can live in this world and preach worldwide. Nothing is wrong if one knows how to make it God-centered. That's the basis, philosophical basis of what Prabhu is doing, but it has to be very expertly done because it all is related to the consciousness. If the consciousness is seeing souls and like that, then Krishna, everything can be converted, no? Because everything Krishna has arranged for the souls for some purpose. Everything can be adjusted and figured out what, when, how we can bring them. One has to see where one is at. So not that somebody who is already at a level of coming directly to Krishna consciousness, we take them through this route. No, we take them directly. We say, here, read the Bhagavad Gita.
One man's food is another man's poison.
Yep. Directly surrender, So, but to people who are not at that level at all, how you can tell them to surrender? They'll just laugh at you, or they won't even come afterwards. So better to go through them, and gradually with sadhu sangha they get purified. No?
Of course,
That's
it's an important point. It's an important thing to always be watchful for, that you don't lose you don't lose vision. The saying that in like a needle, out like a plow.
Yeah, exactly.
You could be also be in like a needle and lost in the haystack. Like a needle in the haystack, like you just kind of lost in like a needle, but then you get lost in the haystack. So if you're really not, you have to be really expert. So you have to be watchful for that, for sure.
That's why devotee association is most important. And devotees who are elevating their consciousness, those devotees, not,
Yeah.
Yeah, Hare Krishna bro.
Krishna.
Yeah, that very nice that Bhagavad Gita 4th chapter that everything we can use in the service of Krishna when we are in lower mode. Same in the Ishopanishad. So the thing is that we simply have to be like in the able direction of Srila Prabhupada. If we try to cultivate Krishna consciousness, then these all the things will automatically we will get, just like Brahmanical qualities or whatever we have. Automatically we will achieve these things, the varnashrama and these all things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the whole world is Krishna's. So there's nothing like even mode of goodness is of no danger because it is Krishna's. No? Krishna is here in mode of ignorance too. So when one is in Krishna, like that's how even our great Acharya, Lord Shiva, he is able to control the mode of ignorance because he is seeing Krishna there. Because otherwise one cannot. Devi Esha Gunmai Mama Maya Durataya. So every single thing in the world is like that. So we just have to understand through the eyes of the scripture how why Krishna has arranged the world and people and consciousness, how it is, and also have the spiritual strength to resist that attraction of the lower modes, or even the higher modes, any modes, to be able to do this. And one has to see one's capacity, like Yudhishthir Maharaj, Parikshit Maharaj, they could remain aloof even in spite of everything, the whole world managing, because of their strength. We, even for managing a family, one wife, we start thinking we are the controller and master. So, but if we are able to do more and better with Krishna consciousness and Sankirtan activities, then we should be able to see like this the world for what it has been made, and expand the Srila Prabhupada's teachings like that within those. That's what I mean when in the Guru Tattva meetings we keep talking about Balaram Prabhu, keep saying about oh, this is ISKCON devotees. No, the devotees, they need to be leaders of the whole world. So because they need to be in elevated consciousness that they can go into all kinds of modes and all these activities and lead people. See, this is how you do it. Every activity, a musician, this, that, everything they should be able to do, and say, this is how you do it. Lead, leader, lead. Ishavasya, leading. See, there is in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is saying, in the beginning, one may be, I will bring it up later, but in the beginning, one may keep aloof. I'm saying Karma Yoga, or chapter, bring that up. Anyway, why don't you talk more? I will bring it up. Anyone else has anything to comment?
I'm just going back to the point with regards to your point that Srila Prabhupada set up the Brahmana or the head first, and it seems like the head has to be there first to guide things, and the head has to be rightly situated so things don't get out of the spirit, doesn't get lost. Then so he established the head first, and he wants it to be pure, and ultimately they need to find a way. The head needs to find a way to sustain themselves regardless of the situation, and and then establish these varnashram colleges. When he was talking, or villages, when he was talking with them about varnashram college, he was talking amongst his his disciples and sannyasis, and he was suggesting that the sannyasis learn different things so they can teach them. And they were a bit confused. They were like, "So we should learn everything?" He said, "No, no, no. Some, one of you might learn military art, so that you can teach the military art, and then one of you can learn something else, and you can teach that, because the sannyasis are, whether officially sannyasis or sannyasi in spirit, they have to teach them." But they have to find a way to support themselves either by engaging the outside society or the society they're in. So
So like with Ayurveda,
mm,
see, there are right now the teachers are not very elevated um, Brahmins, but they have the knowledge to a good extent.
oh, okay.
So this
Your
is,
experience is that the Ayurvedic practitioners are they're lacking in their just in their general qualifications other than just knowing the science of Ayurveda.
I mean, I know so many like here in the US, the same industry, and they are our clients and everything. So they're nice, very nice people. Just never trained as a qualified Brahmin. There was no training. So in Gurukul and no training to elevate the consciousness up. So because of which Srila Prabhupada says in that one, where was I reading? Srila Prabhupada is saying that in Ayurveda scriptures it is written they accept the supremacy of Lord Vishnu. And it is there that the Lord is the giver of the knowledge. So the last knowledge, so Ayurveda, what it does is through the pulse diagnosis and through total 8 symptoms of the body, one can figure out what is one's constitution, what is the problem, what is the solution. All these things come out. The problem is without the connection with the Lord all the time, Brahma Janati iti Brahmana, one like with the pulse, what happens is one comes to know this could be a problem, this could be a problem, this could be a problem. 3, 4 problems come. Most like then they ask questions more to come to the actual difficulty, because the same symptoms can be of 2, 3, 4 different diseases, different issues. Now they could come nearer to the truth, but it is still not final because one doesn't fully understand it. For that, one has to depend on the Lord in the heart, what is called intuition. The Lord has to tell, this is the problem. Similarly with the solution too. There may be 2 or 3 different medicines. One is thinking maybe this one, the Lord inspires, no, this is the right one. So because of which one has to be very elevated Brahmin. And that is why it is said, are you the Vedyas, they should not take money, only on donation. Because as soon as they start taking money, then they are no more Brahmin, then they fall down from the Brahmin, and the Lord then stops giving them the direction from the heart. So the intuitive power starts going down as one is becoming more monetary minded. Because of which the effectiveness of the Ayurveda physicians, Vedyas, is lower now. And their research capacity and so many intelligence come, see this kind of disease coming, you go in the scriptures here and there and create something new so that it will help in this which is not exactly written in. That is that intuitively creating new and new issues to correct the imbalances as the world is changing, that is not there. It has become kind of static. There so many people try, but it is not so many. I mean, it's not uh, very well practiced art form
Mm,
because of this lack of actual qualified Brahmin. There are few people in India, but in the US at least I have not seen.
mm,
So that is what I was thinking, that what we can do is among the Ayurveda and colleges, I was thinking I would start teaching the course on intuition and ethics and teach them the whole thing because they are attuned to mantras and everything. So at our place, at our, let's say in the farm, if we have all these things going on, and let's say in the collective, then I will teach this thing, this call. And then, and any time I've spoken to the Ayurvedic doctors and teach students, they love it so much. They want me to do this. They would really appreciate, because day in day out they face this problem. How to finally understand the problem, and how to finally give the right medicine. That they are just like it's a flip of a coin. Finally, I mean they come to very close but not exact.
Oh, well.
Same thing is there in all the Vedic knowledge delivered, just like as devotee counselors, devotee preacher, exactly what the devotee wants to hear, new person wants to hear from the heart. Only one can know from the heart what this soul wants to know, to become convinced and surrender to the Lord. Because we have so much knowledge of why one should surrender, but what is going on this soul's mind, we don't know really. Something we can know, but physiologically this that we don't really come to know, like in a TV or a screen. So Krishna in the heart can guide us. You tell, like, I know, it just inspires the words like this, and people become, oh, and all the arts is like that. uh, Krishna, if he guides, so like that we could go into all the different kinds of knowledge forms with this angle, intuitive power.
Mm.
Astrology also, I talked to one astrologer teacher, and I was thinking, saying this thing, he says, oh my god, this is so important if you could do that.
Huh. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I didn't have a question so much when I was just sort of leading up. It was more of a comment to something I might have brought up before, where Srila Prabhupada was talking. I think I might have brought it up last time, so it's maybe redundant, but where he kind of basically established that unfortunately it's just something that it's going to have to be done. There's going to have to be sort of an outside propaganda department. When he was talking to Kirtanananda, I think in Haigriva in New Vrindavan, and he was saying, I think it was when Hayagriva Prabhu was struggling with the concept of the authority in New Vrindavan. And I think that's the conversation where he was saying that Kirtananda would have the ultimate authority, and Hayagriva was like, "Oh, really? I don't know. I don't know if I like that." And I think Srila Prabhupada was saying, like, no, Kirtananda will have to go outside, and he'll have to drum up some support and make propaganda for this new Vrindavan scheme, because it's going to require a lot of money from the outside. And he was basing, and he was kind of like, oh, okay, well, so it kind of it was kind of a statement like, yeah, don't expect that you're going to be able to just be 100% self-sufficient right off the bat. You're gonna have to have a bit of a mind of eliciting support from outside while your internal activities are going on. So for at least until you reach some kind of critical mass, where the internal economy can support the local brahmanas, you're always going to have some kind of parallel train where there's an initiative to draw from outside support, but simultaneously having the internal sort of economy being built. It sounds like your I don't know if the concept in Florida has both sort of integrated, but at least it doesn't seem to be where there's ever like a decoupling of the internal and external um, economy, because it seems like it's built into the whole concept of the village.
In a
But
sense,
anyway, it was just sort of a comment on
bartering.
where it seems that's the necessary evil we have for the meantime, is that we have to sort of think in terms of outside and inside. And so the same goes with the dairy business too.
Mhm.
So you just have to be careful to try to keep the two things well separated, so you don't get lost. Because in New Vrindavan, a lot of commentary I heard was that there was a loss of the original spirit of New Vrindavan, of self-sufficiency and everything, in the name of get this done for the time being, create this sort of tourist attraction in the Palace of Gold or something. And then So we'll deviate our energies, and then we'll come right back to the self-sufficiency, you know.
Mhm.
But the problem is, never came back to the self-sufficiency, and then the question is that due to, you know, was it due to deviation in the authority, or in the Brahminical, you know, in the Brahmanas? Was it just due to disqualification, or like right across the board, or people are just not interested in farming?
Well, when I was visiting, yeah, I was visiting New Vrindavan, Gita Nagari, New Talavan, the Murari Silk Farm, and other community farms to not our Krishna conscious devotee. More and more, I started seeing the reason why people are not doing self-sufficiency, and especially in devotee farms where the spirit is not there, because of lack of preaching consciousness. We were talking about it last week too, because that.
Yeah, and I really like that. I really liked your commentary on that, and I think that also wanted to say is that's something that I feel is the thing that lacks the most here, and what always frustrated is that is wanting to be part of like an established preaching mission, you know.
Mhm.
And if that were established, then it would make a lot of what we do a lot more meaningful, and you'd
Yeah,
be less
exactly.
plagued with the ideas of why am I even doing this, you know.
Yeah,
It's all
exactly.
going to be from there.
I've similarly felt ah, with so many times, feel what am I doing? And then again, when the connection comes, that this is how Lord Chaitanya's mission will be fulfilled more because of Srila Prabhupada's instructions, then the energy comes back again. Okay, this is how it is preaching, or it could be we are going towards that and that preaching mission. But direct preaching or bringing souls back, that was lost, no, the mission, because they New Vrindavan went into scam kirtans, all of those, the sticker kirtans and those things. So I mean, the whole thing
It
is
just
not.
became a money making endeavor, and not so much like an actual preaching to elevate people's consciousness endeavor. Is that what
Mm.
that the
Yeah.
impression
Then the heart is not getting purified so much, not
Ich
satisfied.
ich rede jetzt auf laut.
One wants more material things to satisfy the heart. And then the self-sufficiency. We know that more we like you when you became, you were Ryan, and then you were coming and you gave up your hair, and automatically it was not like somebody had to force you to give up, no. Like that, gradually we already are becoming more and more less, more and more simpler in our lives, just by chanting, not going on the farm and living. So in the farm it should become even better if the same process of chanting, hearing, preaching, everything continues, and we are surrendering more, automatically it'll go lesser and lesser, no?
yeah.
I feel like we have to go param dushtva nivartate, by higher taste. One gives up lower taste rather than force one, because of which one may disturb the chanting process.
I think that's where there's a concern on the part of Hari Kirtan Prabhu.
Yeah.
If there's too much focus on param drishtva, and everything else is tolerated in the meantime,
Mhm.
that
So I was telling him that let's convince our families first, and then let's talk about a wider society and everything. So
yeah,
because we have to live with, we have to go reality, this is what the reality is. We can't
yeah.
forcefully tell people, no, no, don't do this, no, no, don't do that, don't get this thing. Then it becomes frustration for children
The
and for
only,
us.
yeah, the only problem is if you end up allowing certain things that become so fundamental that there's no going back.
Like what?
Like for instance, let's say we have a farm project, and we say on the farm project it's okay if somebody builds a palatial building, because they're making, we sell them off a lot, they make a palatial building, establish a certain standard of living on the farm project, let's say, because they're earning money outside. like let's say somebody's son, and then and it kind of contaminates the mood of simplicity on the farm, and sets a standard that everybody else wants to follow.
That is definitely we should do all of that. That we should do that kind of ostentatious display of wealth. In terms of like that. That is easily done too with with village level, farm level, um, like law rules basically that house this can that be and that can be discussed and
It's
like
like
in
sort of like city bylaws or like condo association
like,
planning or something
like
like.
I was watching how Amish people do it. I was staying there with them for some time and so they were every Sunday after the whole church thing is over, they have a meeting and these things were being brought up. I was asking how you do that. Then they asked me, you can come in the meeting and say it's not private. And I was watching like one family every few months they would bring up this thing issue of y- something to do with um, getting some hoof, some something fixed in the wagon by somebody outside, which has a machine shop or something. Or some electricity some there was a place where they could use the phone, whether it should be in somebody's home in an outside barn, or it could be if one has to go to somebody's and a place somewhere outside. So these kind of topics, how much facility of material world, how much depends on the material world should be used, it was being discussed throughout every now and then in the meetings. And then everyone came to agree, okay, we have to do that. We have to do this. We have to do that. And then everyone even then follows that thing. And then I said, but how about if like you have like 20, 30 people and then 10 people start following some they want something else and 20 people don't want it. Like, what then they make another village and they have a, a different kind of standard.
If you don't like it, go out and make your own village.
Standard. And that's how they do. That's how they expand. It's not looked down upon.
No, no.
It's not looked down upon. It's said that okay, this is you go and do your own thing. You collect your own flock and make another village which has a different standard. Uh,
Yeah,
in a sense, Amish have become Mennonites. Like that also. The Mennonites use electricity and everything, but they have the same basic principles.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
It,
so I guess if you in the and we have a sense that this is like a, or if you have a one-time shot, like what is the standard in that regard? Is there any going to be any kind of uh fundamental restrictions that will guarantee a certain level of simplicity, so that it doesn't.
The restriction
doesn't
part, now why I am little bit against restriction is because Krishna keeps saying, what will the restriction accomplish? Repression accomplish.
Yeah.
Now, we have been given four regulative principles.
Hmm.
And Srila Prabhupada says that itself is a hard thing. Chanting 16 hours itself is a hard thing. Why don't we first come to that level? Why are we jumping to something else first?
Uh,
Why?
hmm.
Well, I think the restrictions are based on Srila Prabhupada's preaching of a simpler way of life. He preaches the merits of a simple way of life, um, and we just it's appealing because that simple way of life is supposed to guarantee a level of peacefulness and conductivity or conduciveness to Krishna consciousness. And so, like if somebody would ask me to be part of a village or something, and then so I would be attracted by a certain guarantee, or knowing that There's going to be a certain standard. There's going to be an economy that supports a that will be synergistic in, like, okay, if you are attracted to living simply because you have found that in your life that it has been helpful to be peaceful, to be Krishna conscious. I know I want to be involved with people who are of the same mind. And then I will be able to take advantage of the synergy of many people living in the same way, with the same mind, the same commitments. And so my life, like, I have challenges in my attempt to apply a simple life like this. And I feel that if I'm associated with people who are equally, simple-minded, I know I'll have partners to work with that will be sort of increase the mode of living that I'm attracted to, for
So
the purpose of Krishna consciousness.
definitely
And
the
then it's all going to
Sangha,
be there's going to be like a snowball effect.
yeah, of
But if
course.
I'm committed to living simply, and then I get involved, and then there's no commitment to living simply, I'm going to be again a guy on an island, just struggling my heart out, up against all, this unstoppable behemoth of everybody who wants, just doesn't have any concern for it, and I'm no better off than I was before, other than I'm part of a preaching mission, which is cool. But
Yes,
it's.
Bharat Prabhu, you.
Thank you, Nima, probably for noticing. And yeah, this is something that dear Govinda is teaching and practicing with people to have the tools, the principles, how to build community in a way where you don't feel like you have to. We are not allowed to do this or that. But on the other hand, like I understand there can be a concern that it's just laissez-faire and there are no ground rules or no commitment and no accountability. And certainly in high performing communities, wherever you look, there is commitment and there is accountability. And key here can be that we distinguish between policies on one hand and laws, like rules. And rules, they can be very restrictive. At the same time, there are like the laws of the road, yeah, where if you drive on the other side, you get into trouble very soon. So if you want to drive from Canada to Florida, you follow a certain route, and you will get easier to your destination. So if you have a shared vision, that's where to start with, and then based on that shared vision, the community needs to tailor, customize, like Nima said, like Amish do. Okay, here we're focusing on varnashrama college. We're focusing on the Ayurveda, and here are some certain certain governing. Yeah, I mean, in the context of ISKCON, the word governing, it's a bit burnt for us. At the same time, we need some sort of governance where we say, like, this is too much. And I would agree, it would not be good to give that top down. At the same time, we need to create some sort of ground rules. What is too much for us? What is going against the vision?
Like my first question to you all, and which I have not heard the answer to, is what is the priority of the rules by Srila Prabhupada to us?
The priority of the rules, you mean what is the highest rule, or what?
Yeah. Self-sufficiency, is it, in which priority does it come? As far as instructions go of Srila Prabhupada for our benefit, for our elevation. 16 round is the first, hearing and chanting. Everything is around that. 4 regulative principles are there. That's like the basic, no? And then these rules, these are for the initiated disciples. See these ones. All initiated devotees must attend morning and evening classes, must not be addicted to any kinds of intoxicants, including coffee, tea, and cigarettes. They are forbidden to have illicit sex connections, shall be strictly vegetarian, should should not extensively mix with non-devotees, should not eat foodstuffs cooked by non-devotee, should not waste time in idle talks, nor engage himself in frivolous sports, should always chant and sing the Lord's holy name, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. This is the primary rules, no, Prabhu? No?
Yes. For initiated disciples, yeah.
Why, even if, like, let's say our family, we should first try to bring them to this level, no?
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, what problem, what I'm saying, what happens is, without this being there, how is the heart going to get purified enough to be able to think of, like, this is the simple life already, these rules, like, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. So already one becomes more like more simpler life. Now, when Srila Prabhupada is talking about self-sufficiency, all these things, there was a movement going on with so many devotees already chanting all the time, preaching, and then most devotees or many of them following these rules. Now then question comes is how better you can live, more simpler, especially as householders. But first, one has to come to this platform, no? Or at least wherever one goes, let's say in a farm life, which will help this thing, that should help these functions. Any farm, like in a farm community, we see everything should first bring it to this platform. No? How will then you go more and more? One can go. Everything else is secondary, right? To this.
I don't agree. On one hand, the priority is there. Priority is like you say, and at the same time, it's not like an either or first this, then that. The, when you create an Ayurveda community or you create an Ayurveda business, you have some vision, and based on that shared vision, you define how you go towards that vision, and then you have some intention. So I don't say give more rules in terms of don't do this, don't do that. It's more like if we want to drive from Canada to Florida, then what route do we take to get there? So we have a plan, and based on like what you shared in the beginning, can't remember exactly what you had in the on the page that you shared and the document there, like the intention of what you want to create there. Some things are more favorable and others less. Now I
Srila
know
Prabhupada posted this on in 26 Second Avenue.
I remember I understand. I don't know if you if yeah.
1966. This
Well,
is before any other instruction. This is what he is giving to his disciple. You can do that in the city too.
I get it. It's that's highest. No question. At the same time, where is the harm to have a policy then? I mean, we can rank and we can say what is the difference between then simple living and high thinking? How much more is the high thinking? I mean, high thinking it's the purpose, it's the means, and the simple living is not that important. And still, when we drive on the road, we need a roadmap. Huh?
I mean, the roadmap meaning first thing is you don't, whatever the rules are, the first thing is don't do an accident. and then there are rules also, so one is following all the rules, but then again banging in the front car, that is not the thing, no? So the main thing is to chant 16 round and all the other activities. Some things may help that. So that is where I'm saying the community can figure out. But the goal,
Yes, that's what I'm agreeing. I'm saying that, yeah,
my
have
point
some
is that
policy.
what I take exception, what I'm saying is that some devotees have this thinking, we want to make self-sufficiency, Srila Prabhupada has told we should be self-sufficient. So that goal I will take as my life and life mission. My
Yeah.
point, that is kind of like putting the horse cart before the horse.
Mm.
He's saying self-sufficiency. He's not saying for the sake of self-sufficiency. He's
Yeah.
talking about for pushing on the Sankirtan movement for that sake, so that it is Sankirtan movement is uninterrupted, so that people can chant and be peaceful and think and all that. They'll have more time to chant. But if one is self-sufficient, all the time is going and basically trying to be self-sufficient, and the chanting, preaching, and
So
everything is lacking, then that is not the right priority. That means
I don't think
yeah,
that anybody's
that itself
suggesting
need.
that would that self-sufficiency would take priority over Krishna consciousness. It's just that
I have met
it's just
devotees like that, many devotees like that.
oh, okay.
It
Okay,
happens.
no, but I think in suggesting that there be some form of, I would say, I don't know, say strictness or standard or concern for maintaining a certain
Like for example, what you
standard
gave,
of
the
simplicity.
house you gave, it is great. But my point is that we should take, first of all, we should take up these things. Like if
Well,
devotee,
I have another instance where Srila Prabhupada was when he was promoting the whole idea of varnashram and varnashram college, suggesting simplicity and everything. Hari Sori Prabhu said, I don't know, you may know this. Tell me, he said, Prabhupada, I thought we were supposed to, I thought this was Lord Chaitanya's movement. We should just be preaching and so on. So why are you asking us to do this? Shouldn't we just be chanting Hare Krishna, right? So, and then Prabhupada said, "Who's chanting?" You know that reference, right?
that is reference, then before and after he said Lord Chaitanya, they are trying to be like Lord Chaitanya. So his
Right.
it's not the like not chanting 16 rounds, is the quality of chanting. He says, who can chant like Lord Chaitanya? Same conversation he's saying, who can chant like Lord Chaitanya? We cannot chant like Lord Chaitanya, being pure chanting. When one is
Okay.
not doing pure chanting, one remains under the modes, because of which the material nature forces one to act according to our modes of nature, because of which we should classify our varna and act according to our varna, which makes it easier. That was his point through the whole vein. Not that when one is in the farm and not chanting, but going towards self-sufficiency, that is not what Srila Prabhupada is saying. Not chanting at all or not being able to chant 16 rounds.
So I think it seems or it would appear to be dismissing the value of the simplicity sort of strategy for uh, improving
Comes
the
first.
environment
No,
for pure
what
chanting.
comes first? Because like you see,
Well,
this
we would all agree that chanting comes first, and you can do that in the city. But he's
this
giving sort of a strategy to make the situation more conducive.
okay. So I mean, just this, if one is able to follow this, whether in the city or in the farm, won't, and if the farm is beneficial, won't that itself be a huge, simple life, first of all? Meaning this, when compared to the material, like normal world, eating meat. I mean, you already watching sports, all this idle talk, prajalpa, so many things that itself makes it so simple life. I mean, that it's now my point is that devotees are living on the farm in a simple, and they are doing all these activities.
Yeah.
That how is that? I mean, that's like that's not. I don't see that as the parampara message, no? Parampara.
Well, I think that if you can create a a village where all of the actual arthas are met, um, then there's less of a there's less of a exposure to or less of interaction with the world in which these types of pitfalls or traps, traps, Maya's traps or distractions are so prevalent. And I think that's why people are looking for a more pure environment so that they can
Totally hear
have.
you. I totally hear you, Ramananda Prabhu. I have on this topic, no, I had researched any community I would find 30, 40 years in existence, I would go there and see, like living on the farmland and everything.
Yeah.
And my first question, because Srila Prabhupada says so, because of what I learned from Srila Prabhupada, my first question has been, how many percentage of the children stay here after they become adults?
Well, that I 100% agree. If the transcendental spirit is not there, and then the purification
Rebel.
process,
Most
then
of them the rebel.
so it's like it needs to be a dual track, right? Where it's kind of like both are given almost equal importance, because you know that if you ease up too much on the simplicity track, then it's going to make your spirituality track, um,
But my point,
fall off. It's going to create an imbalance.
what is
That's
like first are the basic things of chanting and not doing frivolous sports, so many things, just for the sake of sports, not for training of body, for the varna. That is not just sport, watching the TV, putting on this thing, that kind of simple life. At least, at least we do that, whatever all these instructions that he gave. And then we go more and more simpler. We keep going. Why do we have to stop in anything? As long as the whole family is wholeheartedly or with a little bit of inspiration, they keep going forward because they are finding more and more enjoyment.
I
Otherwise,
want to bring in, sorry.
one sentence, otherwise, the children, they rebel. They rebel. They don't want it anymore.
Hey,
This is the point.
Ramananda and I, we have seen it. We have seen the community fall apart, based to some degree on that. I think there's agreement with that. Maybe we are talking aside of each other. I don't know how to say in English. Maybe we're misunderstanding each other here to some degree. I'm not sure. Maybe because the simplicity or living simple, it's self-sufficiency is at one end of the spectrum. And I don't think our aim is to go to total self-sufficiency in one generation, or as
Unless there is a war or something, then we'll be forced to.
yeah. So for now, we do what we can, and like a company is doing that based on yearly goals, or for the next 2 or 3 or 5 years, we think, what can we do? What is not too much? That is up to the community members to figure out, to see for themselves, and that starts first with knowing where are we at. Like my wife didn't know what she can handle on a farm. I knew for myself. I'm happy every day with the machete and coconut heat. I love it. But first, everyone needs to understand what are they able to handle, what do they really want, so they don't. If people cheat themselves with, yeah, or just being an illusion about, we just chant and everything will be good. That can backfire. So it needs to be a gradual approach, and yeah, we can go in sequences. We can go in phases, and for each community, we need to look what do we have, what kind of assets, materials, what kind of knowledge and people and skills do we have, and what are our capacities in terms of simple living. What are we able to handle? Honestly, looking at what are my desires. Do I have desires to wear clothes that is not very simple? So how can we handle this in a community? Where do we have a boundary of what is going against a simple community in terms of the goal is self-sufficiency, not that we have to be self-sufficient at most.
But you has to be at least progressive. You have to know that it's progressing, that you have sort of a guaranteed progression.
And as you said, like having an understanding, like a team agreement, like, okay, we're going into the same direction and we will not do this, that, and that, because this would go against our values or principles as the members of the community. I think that the community needs to identify.
Like why I come back to the same thing again. I'm sorry, I'm not able to understand or I'm not able to communicate.
Maybe I'm not.
So, like Srila Prabhupada talks about vegetarianism, that's not a big thing. Even the cows, they are vegetarian, birds are vegetarian, everybody is vegetarian, all the animals are most vegetarian. Not a big thing. Big thing is prasadam, prasaditarian. So my point is that simple, when we are talking about, if we make the goal as simple, then I mean, what is that? Because these are related to the body. It's just our goal should be to become Krishna, more and more Krishna conscious, whatever is favorable
Yeah.
for the whole
The only,
family.
the only problem is Srila Prabhupada's told us specifically how we can become more Krishna conscious and how to manage the material nature so that to make the path to Krishna consciousness a lot easier.
Granted. So let us discuss that.
I want to bring in one more little thing. Like for an organization, there's a distinction between a vision and a mission, and a distinction between strategic goals, overarching everything, and goals and objectives. Yeah. So why not have goals? Not as goal, like when you say goal now, I think you say goal in terms of the overarching goal. And when I'm speaking about goal, I'm thinking about the goal of establishing a self-sufficient community as part of the overall. Yeah. So yeah. Lower goals, higher goals.
My point is that should it be a goal or a byproduct, which we also make it as one of the milestones? The more simpler life is more like a milestone, continuous milestone, which will help in our goal, which is to become Krishna conscious, make other people Krishna conscious, and that is the goal, no?
Yeah.
These are all like supportive thing, like to marry, to learn how to, let's say, Ayurveda, whatever, simpler life, more, everything is like supportive in nature. Whole varnashrama is supportive in nature. And we can then see according to place, circumstance, like which, because why I keep coming back to not making that as the goal is because, first of all, acharyas don't say simpler life is the goal. They say Krishna consciousness is the goal. Now, practically also, when I go, I was talking to the Amish people, how many children stay? What happens if the children, because out of three, even in my family, like I see some children are more materially oriented, they just don't want spiritual so much, and some are more simpler, automatically they are more inclined towards that. So how to take the whole family together to a standard? Because if you put one standard of simplicity in a family, then three people will be very happy with it, no problem. Two people or one person will be very upset with that. Like always.
Oh, I love that example, like Ayurveda. Yeah, it's not like Ayurveda, we all have to eat now this Ayurveda food. We all have to eat Indian spices. No, it's more like Ayurveda. You live in Germany and some sage is growing here and some this and that herb, and one person is liking more spicy and one person is liking more sour, another person liking more sweet, having different constitutions. And I think of goals in that regards, that okay, as a group, as a community, what are our individual levels of tolerance in terms of self-sufficiency, and yeah, the overall goal is health for the family and for the community. The overall goal is spiritual.
Health is also not a goal.
Okay, being in a healthy state, and
I mean,
so
main thing is for health, everything is, see, this is not a goal. These are all like milestones or supportive, these markers we have to achieve. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to become Krishna conscious. And
being healthy, you can say, oh, we want to be healthy as our family, can be part of a family mission, and for a community it can be part of the family mission.
but the
We
first mission
Like
is
the highest thing is being Krishna conscious. Yeah. And of
that's
course, in the
that's
community, I'm making a metaphor.
okay. But
It
that's the
was
only mission is at the time
no,
of it.
no.
That's all will be tested. Only one thing.
No, I'm just comparing, like in a family, in terms of Ayurveda, there's often the misunderstanding, oh, now we all have to eat Indian food. We all have to eat spicy food or Indian herb food. But no, it's very individual. You can always tailor as a family what you eat. One person's eating more spices, less spices, different spices, and in a community, for each community, it will be very individual what they choose as a standard for the simple living. And simple living is lower in terms of the ranking, the prioritization, as the high thinking. End goal is yeah, like Rupa Goswami saying, reject everything and accept everything. Like yeah, accept everything that's favorable for Krishna consciousness and reject
That's the
the rest.
that's exactly what we have to do. Each family we have to see, each community. Because I was just giving the example of Amish people. I asked them what happens if in a family, like two sons or two daughters don't want this kind of living, then they say we give them an opportunity and they leave. So I said, how many do they come back? 50%,
Wow.
which is actually that is the highest among all the community I surveyed who are living on the farm.
Hmm.
Some communities, not even one child has come back after 50 years. Not even one. They said, "Oh, you know what? Oh, that person's daughter came back, but she had nowhere else to go, and kind of like that.
Mm.
Like that. There is a 1.5 hours away. There is a community, Christian based, and it's kind of many times I see because the whole family didn't take the children together with them to do that, and then many times those desires and those needs are not being satisfied, and they can't stick there. They feel they rebel against it and they don't want it anymore in the future. I mean, this is great if whole family can say, okay, this is all of us, we want to do that through the teens. After the teens, till they mature enough, after 25, 27 years, when the mind forms, otherwise around that time, till that time, the family, the children, because they have not been in touch with their married wife and child and everything, then they start experiencing life. Then many times they realize, oh my God, I was brought up wrong. I didn't experience all these things, and now suddenly all the desires start coming out. So why? That's my internally, I keep thinking and strongly convinced that the best way to live simply, to lead a simple life for the whole family, is finally getting heart purification with the Sankirtan mission, being attached to it. If the heart is not getting purified, however externally we are trying to do, it may be helpful for sure, but if using that help, if the Sankirtan is not being pushed for everybody in the family in different aspects, then the heart will demand after some time, either now or later, because the way the karma bejas are, they lie there in wait, the desires. And when the kala comes, now suddenly they will erupt. It is not like they are gone. They can just lie there. That's what Nectar of Devotion describes. There are four stages of sin and the desires which come with that. So to purify all those desires, one has to cleanse them through the deep remembrance of the Lord, which happens very easily, the most easily by Shravanam and Kirtanam, through Sankirtan activities.
So the emphasis. Can I ask a quick question? I don't know if it's we're getting really late now. I don't know if you have somewhere to go. But is it okay if I ask a question?
Yes, Prabhu. It's very interesting because that's what we're doing here.
The basis of these phone calls is for the what is the basis for these conversations?
I'm trying to test my concept of varnashrama college by discussing it to understand better how to implement the varnashrama society as a whole to push on Srila Prabhupada's desires. What his desire of preaching to the whole world, delivering the whole world.
I'm wondering. I'm just. I understand the emphasis on the goal of Krishna consciousness. I'm just wondering if downplaying the importance of establishing simplicity as a goal is.
Let us define now what is simplicity.
So yeah. So when he talked about self-sufficiency, he also said self-sufficiency means that, because if you're not self-sufficiency, that means you compromise on your objective, right? On your principle. Self-sufficiency means that you cannot be compromised on your principle. So that, I think that's where the key for self-sufficiency lies. Is
What
that
are the principles and
our principle is to become Krishna conscious.
Yeah.
And self-sufficiency is a means by which we can guarantee that we will not be compromised in our principle. So, because we know that as soon as you become dependent on somebody else, you must compromise your principle for the sake of your livelihood or whatever it is. So self-sufficiency is a safeguard for upholding your principle of Krishna consciousness.
Can I ask you this question? I understand what you are saying about the, let's say, earning money part. But my point is that the when you say to become Krishna conscious, all these things, isn't the most important way to become Krishna consciousness is for Kali Yuga, right now, Srila Prabhupada is Sankirtan mission. We ourselves practicing in our own lives and then also giving it to others, by which that shouldn't be compromised. No? Now, if that itself is not happening because of probably trying to do simple life, then don't we, like, where is the priority then? Not because
That's where my question is: why are we having this conversation come up? Because wouldn't we just be better off starting a city temple and preach now?
okay,
Like,
so
why are we even discussing racking our brains on establishing varnashrama and everything if it just seems to be a distraction for what we should really be
what,
doing?
of course, so Srila Prabhupada, why he told to go, as I understand again and again, is that to get more time to chant.
Hmm. Right,
Just
right.
to, so chanting time, how can it come? When I started seeing myself, when we had the brahmacharis, now they wanted to get married, and I could understand, okay, they want to get married, then they will stay where? They have to rent something in a city, some apartment, so high rents now. Then they have to work, that means somewhere they don't have any knowledge of how to earn money, because their learning college level time they have spent with me, doing Sankirtan activities. 3 4 years gone by, and now that is their college time and getting occupation time. What do they do? And even if they were doing it, and people are doing it, people they have done it, they also, if they do that, they have to work for other people. Then they become all, they can't chant. They don't have the time to attentively hear, and which is the root. So when I started
Well, then they have to go to this. They have to follow whatever the laws or whatever it is they need to do to keep their employment. They have to associate with people that are not. They
that
have
is
to go eat
another.
out, or they have to go travel to Las Vegas, or whatever it is, and then they have to have a car, and then they have to, then they have golden handcuffs, and they're stuck.
So then I started trying to understand how Srila Prabhupada would like me to, do. What do I do? This is existential issues in the West, because in India I've seen, many of the people, they are able to go work and come back, and because houses are so Krishna conscious many times, their cultures, are habits were there, they don't get so much infected when they're going around. But it is so different here. I started seeing, oh my God, and they just little bit of this thing, because the habits are so much, and infections are so much, they get diverted so fast. And that's how I started understanding the importance why Srila Prabhupada is giving, to go away from the society, stay in the village, and try to practice Krishna conscious there. Now, at that time also, I started understanding his emphasis on the simplicity, many things which he was saying and doing. That his simplicity was the secondary aspect of his mission, just so that, because when questions were asked to him, something like, oh, there are people who want to come and stay in New Vrindavan, but they cannot live without electricity. Why was he build normal houses for them? Very naturally, normally he told like that, because they need it. Then I heard, from one letter of Srila Prabhupada, he's writing that, like in Vrindavan, he in the guest house there, he is he was telling devotees to build bathrooms with running water, the pipes and everything, because at that time in the 60s and 70s, the houses didn't have running water. I know that because I grew up like that. So they didn't have running water. You carry a bucket, and the bucket used to have a water thing, and then that's how you used to do it. There was no flush kind of system or anything. Because why he says that is because my American European disciples are used to it. So the simplicity, when he's talking about that, is what is simple for normal Europeans and Americans in the 70s, running water, bathrooms and all, was a luxury for Indians. And they were like little bit, like scandalous, because in you coming to Vrindavan, you want to come and live in Vrindavan luxuriously. So Srila Prabhupada explained that for Americans and Europeans, he is doing like that. So from that I understood again his principle was that so that they can be comfortable and then they can hear clearly. Similarly, he told when he was wanting to bring disciples to Roop for Radha Damodar temple, very beginning days, late 60s, that he wanted to build a place where Americans, Europeans can sit down. Even in Mayapur, he was saying the same thing, a proper place where they can peacefully live and they can, so from that whole thing, I understand he was always giving priority to who is what, where they are coming from, and making a standard of life which is basic necessities for them, which they think it is basic necessities, not something which is kind of implanted from someplace. Or I need that. They should have something like this. So, like, these are the basic standard of living. It's all varied according to time, place, people, everything. Main his function was so that people can hear and chant very peacefully. So, from that same extension, and I saw many of his instructions for farm living were similar. When he was talking about living on the farm, he was not talking about just living simply. He was talking about whole preaching mentality, where invite people to the farm, take the oxen all around the farm and preach all around, invite people to, even from New Vrindavan, he was telling the same way. So he was never like relaxing on the preaching part. That was his whole mission, to to keep on. So from that, I started to understand that more and more we can simplify the life. It is the simple life is doesn't go the first goes is sankirtan. Whatever life we have to make simple or luxurious, whatever, it has to be favorable or unfavorable to the sankirtan mission. It is easier for people like families to live in a village life, because it is, they don't have to, if they can find work to earn money, if they can figure out from the land itself, because it is sattvic, that itself is very big simple life, just coming away from the city and living on the village. Already four regulative principles, getting up morning, that it already is a simple life. Now they're coming here, living on the way. I know this because I am calling devotees so many years to come to live in the village farm and everything. Practically no one comes. Like, this is a huge thing. And if I start telling them, oh, you know what, you can now, you have to live more simply, more. I mean, yeah,
Well, I think that's where I think it requires pioneering, where you can those who are interested or who go through the trouble of trying to establish something that is replicable, develop some skills and precedents, and so that you can give uh, prospective future residents some idea of how they can also earn a livelihood and have a family life, or whatever it is, whatever kind of life they want to have on the farm. But for now, we're so out of touch that what do we have to offer anybody who might want to come to the countryside? Just a life of hardship, basically. So it's like, okay, well, then just stay in the city if that's easy. That's easy for you. There's no problem. There's preaching centers in the city too.
so
But
whole family
ultimately,
is not
the
able to.
goal is to have people come to the country so that they can actually avail themselves of a country-based lifestyle with simpler living, so that the demands are lessened, so that they can. That's
More
where.
time can be spent in chanting and hearing. That is always Srila Prabhupada has told. That is the
That's
reason.
right. That's right. And so we know in the city, nobody's very few people are doing that. Even amongst devotees. I mean, it's not a very conducive lifestyle to chanting. So the promise that Prabhupada gave us was that if you go through the trouble of establishing some kind of simplistic life in the country, you'll have more time.
To chant and preach. So
Yeah.
that is the always focused is that is what he's wanting to us. 24 hours he wants us to, or when we marry and everything, then it's a problem. So he's saying you go there and you have much less burden, so you can spend more time hearing, chanting, preaching. So if that is not happening, and that, I mean, that's where I come. What I am trying to do here, that first is
Where are
word.
you, Prabhu, by the way, right now? Are you in Florida
New
or
York.
are you in...
Oh, New York.
Oh, okay.
New York.
Are you in the New Paltz farm or is that the Poughkeepsie farm?
Poughkeepsie outbreak.
Okay.
So the see, first thing I'm trying to do is, if we can, devotees can come away from the city, settle on the farm, and have occupations from the land. That itself is I don't know how many, maybe a decade it will take to settle everybody down, just living on the farm away from the city. Because so much habit and attachment and dependence and everything is so strong, that just to get like, not the escapists, escapists is easy, but then they also leave fast, because they, people with consciousness and intelligence, and they come not just living and doing the occupation based on the land, sattvic, but also with the less
Yeah.
time spent, they are that much more time than on Sankirtan activities. See, both have to go together. It's not like you're reducing the time and then not doing the Sankirtan. That's why just to do the other way, you stay in the city and preach. I mean, Lord Chaitanya's mission is Kirtanaya Sadahari. 24 hours we have to chant. We cannot do it. So he has given us other activities. So we do other activities not because they are required, but because we have to control our senses and other thing to chant and hear. Now in a village setting, it may be more sattvic, easier to do more chanting, more hearing. So that's why I'm trying to organize it such that the whole varnashrama college teaching itself is preaching, direct preaching to college, like people coming and those kind of preaching too. Like everything should be in that consciousness, everyone, while they are doing their work based on the land. That itself is such a huge, like a step. Right now, I mean, I don't want to take names,
Yeah,
but
practically speaking, that's what we have had to resign to. But we know, we like for us, we've been on the farm. We've been on the farm, but we've not been self-sufficient on the farm. But we've been on the farm,
no,
right? And so
that
we encourage our...
if you're on the farm and were like preaching, chanting, kirtan activities more and more, that's the point. See,
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have sort of in our own sort of attempt to apply, we've taken the essence that go
yeah,
on a farm. It's simpler life there. Have more time for chanting and everything. We have sort of complied with what you're saying,
yeah.
is that
Great
we
example.
haven't said we're self-sufficient and self-sufficient's first, and to hell with everything else. Let be on the farm. Okay, that's good. Now I have a business or whatever that is not farm based, but I'm on the farm,
Mhm.
and I'm hobby farming, and then the two, but we've been trying to involve ourselves in Sankirtan, having festivals and going out to preach on the streets or whatever. But it's difficult when we're alone. And then the boys now, they're on the farm and they're doing a lot of interaction with the outside world. They've got car and they're going back and forth to their different classes and martial arts and so on and so forth. But they're starting a business here on the farm, and so we're kind of at a crossroads. and I guess we're leaving it to faith to some extent, but we see the pitfalls of maintaining, like maintaining the level of contact that we do have with the outside, with sort of the outside economy, and we see how we could benefit from a deliberate attempt to decrease our dependency on interaction with the outside economy, and to increase our dependency internally, with other like-minded devotees. But in essence, we have fallen into the category of what you described, where we just get to the countryside and then figure things out from there. Try to increase the preaching and the hearing and chanting. And then I guess from your model, you're thinking, at least that's a start. That will automatically create an increased desire to want to simplify.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then the question is more of a question of detail, and I wonder if you're just trying to check a fanatical tendency that
Yeah.
you've seen
Yeah.
towards
Not penalty, but
overemphasizing.
diverging from the main goal, which will finally
But
bring about
it seems
simple life.
it seems to be like you're almost overemphasizing, like the dismissal of even thinking about trying to simplify as a matter of rule, just to bring it to like a balance, you know what I mean?
Because I've seen that
Whereas,
the preaching has suffered so much, so then I see the children, no, like I see the children finally their heart doesn't get fully purified of the desires which they pick up because of associations. Then when they finally either get a wife or they choose the wife like partner because of those hidden desires which are lying vacant, and or when they both combine together they want money and then they get more entangled, they don't know what to do, then they get swept away because they didn't learn the tools of how to really preach in the world and live like without being afraid of any material thing. So those times of lives, then alone or together, then there is so much more. I have seen it, like they get diverted because the strength of the Krishna consciousness and the preaching was not inculcated. Meaning, is just one thing is just to do sankirtan and everything. Another thing is to, in one's occupation, through one's occupation, to see how one can bring people to Krishna through one's occupation. Like wherever one is, one should be able to bring people and make it such that, like Dhira Govinda Prabhu is doing, is a great example. Like that, to bring and all around more people like like that, instead of being afraid and going away from the society. Meaning one can still be afraid because like one can live very simply alone in one small without furniture home, but while preaching one has to take part in everything, no? Like Srila
So,
Prabhupada says that I can live under a tree, but who will come to listen to me? So I have to build big temples. And he was utilizing everything else. But alone he was living without furniture, very small things. So that renunciation consciousness, while being able to handle every material thing, that inculcation is not many times done. Instead, one focuses on the external renunciation, which is where in the 14th chapter of Nectar of Devotion, Srila Rupa Goswami goes in detail about.
I think what's happening is you, some, maybe, I don't know, whoever may protest a little bit of your what appears to be your attitude, would say, well, I'm not a fanatic, so why are you talking to me like that? I have a perfectly
Overall
I have a
mission.
perfectly balanced view of how things could go. I don't understand why you're trying to play down the importance of simplicity. because up until
That's
now I've been
fine, that
telling
what
people.
is simplicity, I don't fully understand still.
Right. So
I
what we've understood is Srila Prabhupada's emphasis on grow your own food, grow your own cloth, live locally, 10 miles have an economy that is 10 miles in radius. All your friends are there, all your means of livelihood are there. You don't need. I mean, that's the ultimately what he laid out as his vision, as ideal. These farm projects will save the world. He gives a very specific prescription with a lot of little details, and then of course there's way there's a progressive way of getting there. But the main principles are grow your own food, grow your own cloth, and and live locally. And
and I
so
want to add, using the simplicity in showcasing there's a better way of life, so that outsiders see, wow, this is better. I like
exactly.
this. And yeah, these people, they have something that I don't have, and the simplicity, it can help. It doesn't need to be overly simplistic as we have been on the on the field. In,
Yeah, that just
in,
happens to be like a question of detail, of like what of like you say, where are we at and where can we go from here, like realistically. This is where we're at, and this is sort of maybe we can have one little progressive step. But you just want to know that the overall direction is sort of in line, that okay, let's be sober about it, let's be realistic about how far we can go in how quickly, when there's 1, 2, 3 year generations, but at least let's all agree in principle that that the level of importance that it has, and that it never becomes so dismissed that the future that you conceive of looks nothing, can has a very good chance of looking nothing like Srila Prabhupada ever sort of had laid out for us, because there's just not the level of commitment necessary for that to come out, because we know the strength of the tendencies towards the status quo of the outside economy. Is just like very soon just become, I don't know, like sort of a village where nobody's interested in farming, and nobody's interested in self-sufficiency whatsoever. And that's I think that's where there's a little bit of a, hey, do we feel it's important at all, or like are we just gonna come together so that we just see it sort of disintegrate very soon after? We understand that if we're lacking the principle of Krishna, of preaching, the preaching spirit, then no matter how much self-sufficiency you do, it's all going to be gone anyway. But it's just, is there enough of a feeling of importance of the self-sufficiency aspect as a support for the preaching, for the Krishna consciousness? Um, uh,
Could it be
then
that because I don't hear so much about when hearing about even in all of our last so many weeks of discussion of self-sufficiency and farm living, I don't hear about even the same importance of every single time to see, oh, we can do this, oh, this is how we can preach too. Oh, like it becomes like a habit to see every time we talk about self-sufficiency, the mind is thinking that, and how do I use it to attract people to come to become, go to the next level to become more Krishna conscious. It's
you're
like
not
that.
seeing that?
No, most whenever we talk about, a lot of it is talking about, that's the impression I get. So it's like a
Yeah, because,
reaction to trying to
well,
balance the
I know
scale.
that for us, it's, as a family, we're thinking, what do you call it? Charity starts at home, right? So the concern is, okay, like we know we need to be in an environment where we at least can be peaceful ourselves. We need to find a place where we can feel peaceful. And like I how can we preach if we're not feeling like strong enough, you know, or if we don't have anything to preach? Like it might seem like like just like a game of hypocrisy. Whereas we're feeling like an immediate need to find a peaceful place because we're not in a peaceful place. Everything is at risk. Like everything is being threatened. My children's Krishna consciousness is being threatened. My Krishna consciousness is being threatened because I have to work in this world, and like I need a safe haven. I need an ashram of some kind, you know, first, and maybe that's why. But I definitely agree with the emphasis that we need to maintain the missionary spirit, and we need to increase the preaching spirit. And I know that personally, we've wanted to do that for the last 8 years since we've been back from Fiji for 9 years. We've attempted to do that as much as we can. And we made a very deliberate effort to try to do that, but it's very difficult as one family. It was a lot easier. Well, it was never really easy, but it was a lot easier when we were closer to Montreal, let's say. Now somehow we've had to go like an hour and a half away, and it's made it a lot more difficult. Apakrita passed away recently, so there's a little bit less of a support for that. But so I definitely see the need for, like I mentioned, integrating with a Brahminical person or a couple of people who make that their mission. And I want to be I want to team up with that, because I know that is lacking, you know, to some degree it's lacking. Or we need to increase our activities in that regard for sure. But I also know that I'm working at trying to establish safeguards so that our simpler way of life is protected simultaneously. So for me, it's like a real dual track.
I don't understand what is simpler in what is
Well,
your
everything we've been talking about, being on the farm, like if we don't get the support that we need on the farm to maintain the activities we have, and the children go away, like I have to sell the farm, buy a house in the city or something.
exact thing, no? That
Because
occupation, first simplicity is what we are talking
it's
about.
not first
Chanting and
simplicity.
everything.
It's parallel.
I
It's
understand.
parallel.
I understand. So the second thing, which is the most essential, is to find income from the farm itself, so that, like, first of all, when one is chanting, one doesn't want like big things anyway. Just automatically it starts happening that house, our needs become automatically less and less. Meaning, in terms of
That's right.
people have like 10-room house, we can make do with 3-room house, no problem. Just we discuss and we feel okay, we can do that, and there is no problem.
Yeah.
And it's like a natural thing. Most devotees don't even have to like really struggle for it. So as far as the houses, if it is houses there, land is paid for, then the income has to be from the land. I mean, that I understand from Srila Prabhupada. That's the first thing he wants, is land-based. That is the first self-sufficiency, is that dhanena dhanvan, he says, who is rich is who has cows and who has grains, a storage of grains. Basically, one is growing one's own grains and keeping a large part of. From that, I understood that the first, when he talks about simple living, mind, like chanting, you have more time. First thing I have to do is to get people on the land and have income from the land. Now,
Right.
Rishi Goraksha Manijam. That's why I took that up first and really went into how the income on the land can come, and from cows. So if that is not coming, then one has to do outside work, no?
So
then
you're saying first phase is to establish income and then preaching, huh?
I mean, it has to come simultaneously, which I didn't do. That's why I'm so much into this that no, it had to be done. So I start getting diverted because
Because there was a diversion from the preaching.
because I because I see that if we keep talking about this, then the tendency in the mind is because it is like a material thing which we can control. We want to like I will achieve it. That's good, but that's not the first thing. The first occupation we are asked to do is to be a preacher, rather than of all of other, even husband, all other occupations are lesser than this first duty. So when that gets diverted, and everything's get even more tension, anxiety, more this thing comes that I have to solve this. I have to be the husband. I was like trying to be so many times I have thought, and my motives and everything then started going in the direction, while doing the services. And I see that if I was chanting and preaching all the time, then all these affections for wife, every family, whole, everything would have been gone. Then I would have done the same. I mean, I have done all this like 10 years. All I did was what you are talking about, like 15 years. All I did was what you are saying. Like really, really trying to do simpler life, really like getting into this thing, including with no electricity in India, with no roof even, taking shop. I mean, it's like that. My wife also, I got, even, I mean, no fridge in the house. Everything I tried. And I see that it's just more and more, my time is going to be, I had 10 years I didn't preach. And then I saw what happens to I mean, I experienced the thing, what happens, you see. And then whenever I was preaching, I could see in my mind, I knew this is what Srila Prabhupada wants me to do each time. But I was just making this the more important instruction, like that, like in priority wise in my mind. And so, like,
No, I can understand. I can understand this sort of the whiplash. It's like it seems like a whiplash effect. Um,
especially when I don't hear anybody talking about preaching. See,
yes,
the
yes, yes.
mindset, no?
Well, I can say for myself, we're not talking about preaching, or we haven't been talking about preaching because, um, at least it hasn't been the theme of the conversation. But when it came to the occupation of the brahmanas, I as soon as it was mentioned, the brahmanas would be preaching, or the brahmanas would have some kind of occupation. I think, well, why don't they model themselves on the standard Srila Prabhupada's preaching mission, where they can have a presence on the farm, and they make the farm a temple, like any other temple, and just follow Srila Prabhupada's model for his preaching mission. And they just so happen to be on the farm, so they have the benefit, and they're close enough to the city, and just operate the way a preaching center operates. Go to the city, preach, come back, have regular programs. But there just happens to be some villagers that live nearby also, and it can sort of serve a dual purpose in preaching to the outside while simultaneously cultivating the members on the inside. And the members can support them as much as they can in the meantime, since they're pioneering. They're, whatever money they're making, and they can support in that way. Maybe there's an internal economy that the brahmanas are engaged in themselves to support themselves, but then they're also, soliciting donations or whatever from people that they're preaching to in the cities and so on. So they're sort of self-supporting, to whatever degree they need to, and then the village can work on being able to support them through the economic activities on the farm.
Brahmana is good, but what
Um,
about the Vaishyas, Kshatriya people, Shudra
yeah.
people? Like,
So then the brahmanas are there to engage the vaishyas and kshatriyas, who are principally engaged in, growing the food and everything, but then they're taking part in whatever the Brahminical community establishes as the preaching program. So I can focus on as a Vaishya, let's say, as a pure Vaishya, not a pure as in pure hearted, but just my focus is on my occupation, making as much milk as possible, increasing the economic activity, growing as much grain as possible, and then I give my tax to the administrator, to the brahmanas or whatever, and then my children are going to the school. The brahmanas are teaching my children in Krishna consciousness, and I'm going to the festivals. I'm chanting my rounds as much as I can, and so on and so forth. So yeah, like the Brahmana,
Cleanse the heart with
uh,
that. See how I feel what that is a varnashrama, and to one extent, Devi varnashram. If one is giving one's like fruit and like that, but as I understand from Srila Prabhupada, that he is trying to do more than that. Like he wants us to even the work itself, not just the fruit of it. The work itself also should be dedicated to Lord Chaitanya. You know? So how is just like we have been talking about on our private WhatsApp message about making a model of cow protection so that people can more and more like in the worldwide they start to understand, yeah, this is a way to drink milk or have a dairy like that. So that becomes like a preaching by itself, like the activity itself becomes preaching, not just the fruit also. So
right. So then, but as a Vaishya, let's say I'm not very intelligent, right? So I really depend on, generally speaking, I would depend on the Brahmana to guide me how my activities can be dovetailed to a preaching program. Maybe like I just may not be fit to do that, as because I'm not a Brahmana. Like I'm just a Vaishya. Hey, that's beyond me. Like strategizing on how to preach and whatever, like don't ask me that, because I'm just not smart enough to do that. I can, but you're the Brahmana, and so you're part of, like you're the head of this body. Let me just be the belly, and I'll just serve you, and then and that's as far as I can strategize, as far as like making my activities a preaching mission. Like you be the one to tell me how I can dovetail my activities for a preaching mission. Like I'm satisfied just following your direction, and I'll be
I
at the program
like that
if you
for
tell me to be
every
there.
activity,
Yeah.
any occupational activity. I feel that's will Srila Prabhupada wants it, and that will purify the doer much faster, and the family also will get purified because that whatever varna one is in, their whole family is kind of engaged doing it.
Yeah.
So that's where I feel we have been lacking in our discussion. That's all. There is no point. uh, 15 years if I've been doing it, and now also I continue doing it. This is my sacrifice of living
Yeah.
on the farm, and of course people want to live. I have the whole mentality of living simply and everything, but self-sufficiency in step by step. What I have come to understand is now is the time to focus on preaching more, making more devotees like that through this facility of farm, because that was protected by it. We can attract people to us through that, and increase the family of devotees who are of that mentality also, which wasn't probably the case many years back. But now it's very easy to because people are already thinking farmers are, wow, this is like an exotic, wonderful thing.
Yeah.
So So
Yeah,
that's
that's very motivating. If we can increase the degree to which what we're doing, because we are we're doing that here, and we have regular programs. People come and they see what's going on here to the extent that we're doing anything, and that's very inspiring for anybody who comes. So we definitely have had a taste for that, and so to make it more sort of formal, like excited to be to go in that direction. Like preaching is the essence. That's the real tasty thing. You know, I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
for the, like, if you are doing the cow protection thing, no, that's why I messaged you, and so much, like,
Yeah.
I find it too many messages coming to you because I feel like it's so easy for us to do a very impactful preaching in the whole of Northeast US, Canada, with through this ethical dairy, because more than 50% of the people by surveys are there who want to go in that direction. They don't like the babies of cow babies being taken away from cows. They don't
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they're being killed in the old age. They don't like the when they understand what is veal. They don't like that. So one could utilize that to bring them to a higher consciousness, including Krishna consciousness to many of them, by using that, and economically, and like such an impactful way too.
yeah.
So it's very easy to do it. And I have tested it, and I just little bit I wanted to test it. And within a year or two of doing it in the US, we got so much publicity. We got grant, more than $1 million worth of grant from New York. You know, many things such as, then I put a little bit hold. Now I want to do it really well once I start it, because I know this is very potential, very potential. Everybody is like, we'll get celebrity coming in, publicity coming in. They'll come to farm, they'll like everything, and if they see you, your family, you can easily talk about the whole philosophy, why you're doing it, like no normal. And it will, people will read it with so much attention because they love this concept already. They really will try to emulate you, what you are doing. They'll start thinking, oh my god, this is, people have told me, little me, we want to become like you. You know, I mean, you can just imagine
Yeah.
how much influence then one becomes an influencer. One would be, we devotees could become influencer, like really good influencers all around, just by doing this nicely.
Yeah.
And we are directly
Yeah, no,
also teach, and this is also another way to attract teaching, to bring them. Like now 20 people come, I know for sure if we start doing it, 1,000 people a week, 2,000 people a week would start coming. That's how we are designing whole thing around here. The capacity, the scope of the, this whole thing is like that, for 2-3,000 people a week to be coming.
yeah.
In
Yeah,
India,
no, it's definitely worth looking at. I think there's definitely worth investigating. I think there may be some skepticism when talking about grand schemes like that, because there may be a suspicion that it could, you know, spiral out of control to become just a tourist attraction with no real meaningful simplicity involved, you know. I think from that somebody might look at it from that perspective, like, okay, is this just kind of like a Disneyland? You know, like New Vrindavan has become sort of like just a Disneyland where it's just a tourist. You know, the preaching is going on. That's fine, but practically speaking, it's not really offering anybody an alternative lifestyle. It's just sort of advocating for maintaining the status quo with a couple little tourists. You know, what do you call that? Self-sufficient or farm tourism, and it's not actually any kind of factual alternative way of life. I think that's where there may be some skepticism that you know, it's not really building a new, a revolutionary,
don't you think that people
you know,
coming away
way
from
of living.
people going away from milk from the dairy, these conventional dairies and conventional dairies becoming less, that itself is revolutionary, to the most people.
Yeah, it's revolutionary, but just in a different way than what we feel is being advocated by Srila Prabhupada
Let me,
as a
why don't
because that's benefiting all the city dwellers who are going to be happy living in the city, going about their regular lives, and just knowing that they have a little bit of milk, like that they have milk that's not that's I guess so how does that business model, so to speak, how does that lend itself to what we feel is Srila Prabhupada's vision for um, for developing an actual village, self-sufficient village where people are satisfied living and working locally, their stress is down, their brain taxation is down, their needs are decreased. Like, what's
Okay,
what's
my
the
first
path
question,
between like
fine. So let us
an
talk
ambitious
about that.
model like that and the lifestyle that
Fine.
we're
So
sort of after?
let us talk about, even, let's say, one Brahmana devotee. Srila Prabhupada says, take one cow and 4 acres and one can live self-sufficiently,
Yeah.
right? Now,
Yeah.
I tried to do that. I'm telling you, I did my best.
Well, we're trying to do that here too, yeah. But we have 7 cows and 16 acres, and
Let me
we
talk.
still can't do it.
So now, is it self-sufficient? Why is it not,
You-
if it is not?
Well, so my perspective is you require a critical mass. You require at least a hundred like families that that are all on the same page, that live in the same sort of 10-mile radius, that are working together, where you have some degree of
So that is my
specialization.
exact point. No? Where are those 100 people? How are they going to come?
Yes, yeah, I think okay, I understand.
And
So
Srila Prabhupada
it's
was talking about those things. There were already 105,000 people there. Right now,
yeah,
they and 100 people who want to live on the farm and self-sufficiently. What to speak of being devoted under
so
Srila
then so then that's where it's kind of like, okay, so if we go your model, let's say that model, just bring them to the farm. What is our assurance that it's going to eventually get to where Srila Prabhupada wanted it to go?
Prabhupada. And so,
And what is the tendency
my
of it just going back to a
first issue, my whole
basic?
focus is that if we follow the chanting process and hearing from Srila Prabhupada faithfully, not from external sources. Why you are feeling like this is because of hearing from Srila Prabhupada. Why
Yeah.
will not all the people or most of the devotees will feel the same way? If their hearing and chanting process is chaste, that is where I'm concentrating on. Like, really set up devotees with chastely hearing, submissively hearing from Srila Prabhupada, analyzing it properly with faith, but with respect and with enough inquiring power to really open one's mind to keep on thinking more and more. So, if one chastely one is hearing tadvidi pranipatena pariprasthena sevaya obdekshanti jnana, that process one is following of taking initiation from Srila Prabhupada, heart will be getting purified. Srila Prabhupada is giving the right transcendental knowledge. Automatically, people will be on the same path. No? That's the first quality, is that, no, for disciple.
But if you don't have any emphasis on the simplicity, then
Why
you'll end up
not?
with a
Srila
situation like,
Prabhupada is going to give, no?
yeah, well, Srila Prabhupada will give, yes, but then it requires that the brahmanas who are responsible for projecting Srila Prabhupada, that they you know they emphasize that, because
They
I, I, well,
Because
I
there
would
are
see this
lots of
that
where there's hundreds and thousands of devotees hearing from Prabhupada, but there's zero interest and zero emphasis on simple living and farm
this
farming.
could be even classified as like a classical spiritual bypass. Like, yeah, it will come if there's no intention. Just I'm also joining in a little bit with the devil's advocate card as you play that so wonderful. It's a joy observing your conversation.
See, it is impossible for a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, a sincere disciple, it is impossible, Prabhu. I mean, if you are feeling like this, why do you
It
feel
seems
other
so possible
devotees
because it's so prevalent.
that will, because they are not hearing no properly, Prabhu. See, if one is hearing, one starts hearing what Srila Prabhupada is, this exactly what you are saying is no problem. It's an unfiltered hearing. One hears, one wants to do this as a disciple. So that's where we have to work on in our own that hearing and then our own example. Not more and less and like that, just our own example, devotees see, oh, look at that. Like we were talking about the Vaishya quality, giving more than 50% minimum. If one is not doing it, even if one is on the farm and living simply and like that, like this, but one is not, then what kind of example is that? Because externally one is becoming like this, but internally one's attachment to the money and thinking that it is my money will go on. So then it is not an example. So all of these things automatically we're hearing an example automatically, Prabhu. People, not just us, there are so many things also which is there, not just this, like prashadam to offer, not offer, like that. There are hundreds of instructions of Srila Prabhupada, husband, wife also, and about the acharya's feeling, or how much to worship deity, or how nicely to worship deity. Like that, there are hundreds of instructions. As a disciple, we start to absorb more and more. Now, when the topic comes up on the farm, on the class, or like that topic, like we have one day we are only discussing this, then we are talking about, no, we should emphasize on that. Of course, we talk about just like how Srila Prabhupada is talking about. But, and we have made a lifestyle like that on the farm itself, which is forcing one to, basically, I envisage after hearing from all these things is that everything has to be land based. Otherwise, the income potential becomes too much. Land controls the income. You see? Because land can only produce so much, can do so much.
Right.
Can't do more than that. So if everyone is focused on the land, and sometimes we may have to do something because the capital, such big land and all these things, capital is required. But
You're saying would it'll automatically restrict the
first
tendency
restriction,
to
the first restriction is by hearing chastely from Srila Prabhupada, automatically the starts restricting. If it is not doing it, then I mean that is the voluntarily acceptance we are doing, no? Going to Srila Prabhupada, whatever you say, yatha ichchasi yatha guru. Whatever you say, I accept. I mean, Krishna is saying, now I've told you everything. Now whatever I'm saying, now you accept, whether you accept or not, up to you.
Yeah.
So I feel like the association should become that first of all, of good devotee disciples, and then of course then controlled in an environment like this, on a farm, on the land, more or less. We're teaching in the whole thing, we're teaching so much on the basis of the land itself, and knowledge, and cultivation of the knowledge and consciousness, because the focus and the acceptance of that and the is that, rather than on, oh, which designer clothes you have and everything. Then a culture is by culture it is being set. You see, I have seen that happen in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, where I grew up. I've seen that happen. Like directly, I have seen that happen. So I don't see it. It is not
What happened? What happened?
like people are, like Srila
Going
Prabhupada says in Jaipur, people are naturally devotees there. They don't need guru and so many things because they're already automatically going for Mangala Aarti. All of them. Like so many people, thousands of people, 5,000 people come for Mangala Aarti every day. There's no guru.
Nandi Kishore Prabhu often cites his experience in going to Jaipur for a Tulsi Puja in the morning. Thousands of people would go in the morning,
When cold weather
and
or anything, they're just running inside
and
to
he
see
just,
the Lord.
he has such
It's
fond
every
memories
day,
of
4, 5
that.
times a day. It's like natural. It becomes like that because everybody, culture is there that we want to see the Lord and everything. And they are very, very rich people. Srila Prabhupada talks about that each shop, they are millionaires, like crorepati's, jewelers.
Huh.
But they live very simply. They're not
Yeah.
showing off of this thing, but they donate a lot of money. To so much donation they give. It's wealth for wealth generation, not for oneself. That's like I've seen it happen among devotees, Krishna devotees. You know,
Yeah.
later generation they are not doing it because their heart is not getting purified because they don't come to Krishna like for Mangalarti many times and they start slacking on their spiritual practices. So then all these material desires come. Then they go away from the no, the material like the pursuit of simpler and more automatically they start going towards more material things to satisfy them. That's where they and I've seen in devotee children happen they exactly the same thing, same exact thing. So I mean the first thing is that the culture of real real good devotee disciples, that is the controlling and that is what will ensure because the higher authorities are going to control and ensure it, you know. Then our example is very important, an environment like that, and make a whole structure around that. Everybody is in a preaching consciousness. So every time it is we are thinking of other souls for serving the other souls, not to try to take something from them. I mean, just for family life, everything is to serve, that whole consciousness. No? And the best service is preaching.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I agree 100% because ultimately you have to preach to your own children, and you're not going to necessarily attract them by simple living alone, especially if your simple living endeavors are generally failures, but maybe only marginally successful. You at least have to have them attached to a higher principle for them to even consider adopting any kind of similar life of hardship in trying to carry on the same sort of initiative um, of generally failing, but only maybe making small progress. They have to be convinced of the value of the overall mission of Krishna consciousness first.
Like,
That 100%.
what I foresee what may happen is that there may come a time when Srila Prabhupada is talking about not having dependence on the society, everything, what I sense I get is that first of all he's talking about whatever is there in the world, everything is Krishna given. Don't have to become like this, oh, I'm not going to use it. Use everything for Krishna. Live very simply, but serve in very grand manner to attract people to serve. You learn how to use everything in Krishna's service. That's one thing. Second thing I understand from him, there may be a time and what we especially the electricity and the financial system or a war, either three of these things could come and the dependence that we have on of all these things make us get disturbed, in our practice whatever we have been doing.
Yeah.
So I try to understand what was Srila Prabhupada's solution to that. And when Srila Prabhupada is talking about there could be a time when there was third world war, all these things, people are saying, oh, we have the farms. Srila Prabhupada is not giving too much emphasis on it. He's saying chant Hare Krishna mantra. That will save you. Again and again he's pointing to that. So what I
Mhm.
and then when I did it myself in different times, it happened in my case with, and I don't want to go in detail, but then I understood, man, if one is chanting, no, then always something or the other comes and one thing, okay, I can give that up. Like I mean, 2 years almost I lived without electricity. like that in the village in India. Not continuously, but whenever we were in the village, there was no electricity. Even to use the internet, I had to go by bus 1 hour. It became normal. Just because of chanting and the higher purpose in life and everything. So when the time comes, because of chanting and the higher purpose, within a few days or like that, within a short period of time, at different level degrees, devotees will figure out, like, no problem. And Krishna will provide one way or the other, different ways to fix up the situation. Adjust it, because at least so what I did was, for in preparation for all that thing, as a, when Srila Prabhupada said Dhanyam Dhanmami, land based, I tried to get as much land as possible. Hundreds and hundreds of acreage of land I got. I worked towards it just so that I could get land so that devotees can come, because land is there and the know-how is there, seeds are there, one can grow and have shelter and everything. Like, will devotees can figure out. It should have water, running water. So all the lands, I always try to get running water, forest, and place to grow, and the cows and knowledge behind it. And so I know for sure, like 100%, I don't even have like 1% doubt that on these properties, if there is a breakdown, we'll be able to grow and we can survive. Pandemic time it happened. Same thing happened. We were just growing. We had no problem. Like nothing. We like, only thing was the tractor needed diesel. Our bulls, oxen were not trained in 2021. Other than that, everything we could have done with the oxen, with the electricity, everything, which I intended to do but I figured out, until we have like 5, 6 oxen trained, it's not worth it for one person to stand there and get electricity done. Maybe 10 oxen will make it worth it, with the time being taken and everything. So anyway, we can discuss that.
I didn't understand, Prabhu. You had a method to to generate electricity?
I will come to that later. We'll talk about that later. But that without that is the one thing which I thought, if pandemic came and there was nothing else available, if our oxen was going around, we would have been able to survive, no problem. But even then, because one place Srila Prabhupada says that Krishna even provides even for his what is it, neophyte devotees. He says, when the famine came in Bengal in 1943, he says, Srila Prabhupada says, I checked up all my godbrothers' temples. By the time they had disintegrated into Gaudiya Math, and Srila Prabhupada calls them, they are like neophyte. I checked up with all of them, and there was a huge famine. Thousands and thousands of people were dying. They had no problem. All the temples.
Yeah.
From that I understand that if for devotees, because Srila Prabhupada says when the farm come, you chant Hare Krishna mantra. Actually, one time in Mayapur, they are discussing this topic and similar topic about something, and then Srila Prabhupada is saying to chant Hare Krishna mantra and like that. And then Satsur Maharaj says, practically speaking, what else? I mean, what should we do? Something like that. Srila Prabhupada said, practically, that is practical. Chanting Hare Krishna. So, and then I experience it also, like when we are chanting Krishna, he gives all the intelligent thought, arranges things, just, all the devotees experience it. So, I mean, that all these things together, I feel like we need to bring the children and all the family in a more sattvic environment, away from the city, definitely, and then get them to live first, learn from the land itself, how, and use that to preach, that consciousness of preaching, grow the number of devotees, grow the internal consciousness of purifying, get there. It may take one generation, maybe like 10, 15, 20 years, like that. Like, you see how much time it is taking us. And maybe one generation, maybe two generations, automatically what will be happening by hearing from Srila Prabhupada, good devotees, they will want more and more simpler and simpler, more and more life like that. What may happen is, if in the meantime there is some kind of a like disturbance in the society, then devotees will change. Like people who are following, who have good consciousness, they will change their mode of life and everything very soon, within a few months, as long as the basic and like basic facilities are there. So I wanted to develop, before that happens, I want to develop as much land as possible and the infrastructure, because that could become too much to develop. So initially I'm thinking of doing so much more capitalistic activities, you know, in that and I'm hoping in that time period, devotees who have more mode of passion and, you know, the idea to get more money, they will also get purified in that time period, and that accumulation can help use for the capital, because land, you understand, millions and millions of dollars is required to settle down. Let's say you're talking about 100 devotees, I feel exactly the same thing. 100, like 20, 25, 30 families is around 100 devotees, and some older
I
devotees.
was thinking of 100 families.
That
I think
will become at least basic. I asked the villagers in India, older villagers, I want to establish a village, a new village. What would you think will be the minimum number of people required, families required? People, matlab the head of the household. After a lot of discussion, they were discussing this thing, 20. And they explained why this thing, and we're talking about Brahmana. They were also saying same thing. You need one Brahmana at least, and so many these people, and then somebody to run it all. So minimum, without 20, how you can do it? 20, 25 people you need for a village.
yeah.
Okay, Prabhu, you have to go for lunch, you know.
Yeah. Oh, you saw that. The it's kachoris and chutney for Srila Prabhupada Experience Day today.
That's why you are able to easily run towards it, because higher taste.
Yeah, it's the simple life of devotees, where there's one feast after another.
Yeah. Yeah, I should get going, Prabhu, but thank you for tolerating our pointed questions.
Tolerating mine, my fanatism.
It's all constructive. Obviously, we know we all want the same thing. So
We haven't had this heart-to-heart talk for a long time, so it is great.
no. Prabhu gave me the benefit of the doubt that I was just playing devil's advocate, so I'll take that. Thank you.
Yeah.
But thank you, and it's a lot to digest, and I appreciate your willingness to speak at great length about it, to really explore and not to dismiss the questions and concerns. So yeah, thank you. We look forward to more conversations.
Very kind, Prabhu. Very humble too. Yes, Bharat Prabhu, you were saying something.
I thank you both very much for your interaction, the inquiry and response. It's the Vaishnava culture to do that, and there's a lot that can be continued to churn from here onwards, and I will continue to churn on some of the points and consider and reconsider. I could continue for a couple of hours, and I wish you well for the rest of the day, and next week I'll not even join.
Today also you were not planning to join, but I think you just had to.
No, not at all. Then I have no chance, and I'll watch it on YouTube later.
Okay, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for your example.
Please give my most
All glory to the
your
Prabhupada.
lovely family. Hare